You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right, we are live. What's up?
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good. Oh, no, it just shows that we're streaming via Monero Talk instead of Monerotopia. Doesn't matter. Not a big deal. That was a mistake on our end.
Ah, well.
Yeah.
At least we're streaming.
Yeah, at least we're streaming. It's a. Oh wait, Sunita's gonna fix it so that's both. Oh, now I'll do both.
Let's see.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right, we got crying babies in the background. Justice, what's going on, man? Thanks for helping us out.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah, so we got Justice reached out to us, I don't know, maybe like last week or something, and we just jumped on a call with him yesterday, and he wants to help out with the show. He heard us in distress, and he reached out like a good Monero Marine. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, Justice, are you there?
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so Justice is going to help us in the background. He's going to run the show, bring up the segments. Did Sunita show you how to bring up the super chats?
Oh, no. I didn't.
Like the XMR chat?
Yeah, you'll see them pop up, and you could click. You should be able to click on them and show, and just hit like show, I think, or something.
All right,
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. All right, cool. So let me go ahead and. You want to stay upstate? Well, I guess we'll keep you backstage for now. So, bada beep, bada boop. Awesome. So yeah, that worked out. We got Justice reached out to help us out. Greatly appreciate that. We just got a lot going on right now, guys, in our non-Monero life, just the day to day. So it's a big help when people reach out to join the team.
I think the crying baby exemplifies that.
Yes, and we got another one on the way. And then have the older daughter. It's just it's all good stuff though. Absolutely no complaints about that. Any of that. It's just time consuming in a good way. But obviously we want to keep everything running full steam here. So we will hope to continue to try to get more people to help us out, bring more people on, and other in the other projects we're working on as well, just so we could keep everything moving ahead, including the conference. I'm already excited about the next one. As crazy as that may sound. I think Sunita thinks I'm a little crazy for even thinking about it already, but the last one was amazing. Really was a good time. Shortwave, is there any way we can get you to a Monerotopia conference?
We'll see, but I have my doubts at least right now.
All right, I'll ask Justice the same. We got him backstage right now, but maybe we get him to the next Monerotopia. Starting to make some progress with the Monero seed money idea we were talking about. So we are going to try to push ahead with that, see what we can do, get that up and running. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, Huerta Roma, where we do the conference, the community there is they're starting to use their own money, actually, that they print out as a way to opt out and just build out their own circular economy. So we introduced them to the idea of maybe adding or backing their money with Monero. And so we're working on that, and the goal would be to have that up and running before the next Monerotopia. So by the time we have the next Monerotopia, everybody at Huerta Roma will already be using Monero seed money. It's a big idea. It's a long shot, but it may not be as crazy as it sounds, considering that Huerta Roma is already doing this on their own anyway. So it's just kind of getting them to do an iteration on it. So very excited about that. Shortwave, what do you think about that?
I think it would be cool. At first, when you first said Monero seed money, I was like, wait, what were we talking about? Oh, that's right. And then I remembered.
Monero seed money. They already call it seed money because they were backing it with seeds, like actual real seeds. So I think it actually works. Monero seed money, and obviously the seed phrase. But yeah, I don't think we're looking to put the seed phrases actually on the money itself. That may complicate things. So we're trying to do a simpler iteration to get it off and running. All right. So who do we got? We do have a guest today, actually. Last minute, I got somebody. That's been the other problem, getting guests to come on board, just because haven't really had the time to round them up. It's really not a lot of work, but it's something, and you got to kind of go back and forth with people. So hoping Justice will be able to help us out with that as well. Start reaching out to people. There's no shortage of people to get on the show. It's easier than ever right now to get guests. The Monero community is definitely growing. I'm seeing new projects all the time out there. Things that people are spinning up with AI, with Claude or whatever. They're vibe coding new Monero like related projects. Some really interesting things going on right now. So things are moving fast. A lot of people are participating in the community in their own way, starting, I see a lot of entrepreneurship, people starting new apps and ideas in Monero land. So there's definitely no shortage of guests to have. And that's not even mentioning, the other privacy coins and all those things that we bring into this tent as well. So definitely no shortage of guests out there. But today we have Relevant Peter McCormack that's coming on. And yeah, he's working on a project as well that he recently, I think he got it off the ground. I think he has an early version of it off the ground, so he's gonna jump up. I know him from past Monero events, Monero.Con and Monerotopia. Great dude. So very excited to bring him up. And yeah, obviously we have price report and news. I don't know, is Tony doing the news today?
I haven't heard from Tony. I know you asked him in the chat if he was coming, and I still haven't heard from him.
Okay.
So maybe not.
Yeah, I guess I will try to do that today. I'll bring up see if I can get the links up over here. I did grab some links. I don't know if I'm missing any big Monero news. Anything big happening in Monero land itself, Shortwave, that you think is relevant? Obviously, there's a lot happening in the world, and in ways, everything relates to Monero in some way. But anything super relevant to Monero land?
The only thing I can really think of right offhand is that we're soon going to have the Monero run, unless you have that in the news section already.
I don't even have that in. That we're still doing that. When does that kick off?
It's April 18th, the Monero's birthday. I can't remember if it's the 18th.
Oh yes, yes.
I can't remember if it's the 18th or the 13th.
I think the 18th.
I think you're right.
Monero's birthday. I think so.
That's going to be April 18th. Pull your Monero off of the exchanges, and make sure to pull your Monero out of that Hyperliquid bridge thing too.
Oh shit! And it's a Saturday, so I'm sure we'll make that the theme of the Monerotopia show happening on the 18th. I hope it's the 18th. We could ask Bawdy. I'm sure Bawdy. I think Bawdy is the guy who basically started Monero Run, right? I think that really came from Bawdy originally, years ago, right?
I don't know, but if so, that's awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, I guess we could go ahead and bring Bawdy up now. We'll cut to the chase. We'll get the price report going. A lot going on in price land, definitely for all cryptos, for all assets, for all markets. Penelope's laughing at me right now as she rides her little pony over here.
You're raising new Monero Marines.
I am, man. I am. She's already been to Huerta Roma twice. She's been to Mexico City twice already. This kid. She's only 14 months. So yeah, lots are happening in the markets right now. Sure, what are you thinking? You think we're going to see some kind of black swan event, seeing all the chaos that's happening in the world? Do you think there's going to be a crazy whipsaw in the markets at some point?
I mean, the markets are definitely volatile. Although I was looking at it the other day, and everybody's talking about how gas prices up and gas prices up, and oh my God, gas prices up. And I happened to look at it, and I'm like, price to Monero, gas is down. I looked at May 20th of last year, and a gallon of gas was 14.5 Monero. And even now, with this this war going on, gas is still only like 10.4 Monero per gallon. So gas is still down.
If you value everything in Monero, things haven't been that volatile.
Exactly, they've been down.
Oh wow, I'm seeing 103 on Brent right now, so it's continued to climb up. But yeah, Bawdy, I'm sure we'll get into all of that. I mean, that gets high enough, everything changes, right? Then they're definitely not lowering interest rates, so they won't be able to pump the market in that way. The dollar will, well, I don't know. I mean, it basically would lead to a recession.
Yeah, Bawdy can tell us. Bawdy can tell us about stagflation.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Because they're in a rock and a hard place. Because obviously we'll see more job losses. That's starting to creep up, and then obviously at the same time with the advent of AI really hitting the scene, so it's like you have people losing jobs, which is usually a time when the Fed looks to lower rates. But then you also have to weigh that against them not wanting to raise inflation, and with oil going to 120 or who knows, maybe 150. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. That would certainly be a very inflationary environment because everything is affected by oil and the price of oil. And basically all prices will go up on everything. Although I guess if it leads to a recession, then it starts to swing the other way. And then I guess that's when they eventually would lower the rates. But it does feel like we're entering a crazy time. Obviously you can't predict a black swan event. That's what they are by definition. But it does feel like something is on the horizon. So I guess without further ado, I will bring up Bawdy and he'll give an actual price report. So, I was about to do it, but we'll let Justice.
Justice complete the price report.
Let's go ahead and do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exelix, privacy-first multi-chain swap aggregator designed for seamless instant swaps. Exchange XMR instantly with the fully non-custodial, KYC-free experience and secure execution across hundreds of blockchains.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Justice. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring Bawdy up. We'll let Justice do that as well. Let him get used to the controls. Bawdy, what's going on, man?
Hello.
How's it going? How you doing?
Good, man. Having a good time. Loving the time change. Now we can save all the daylight. Thank God. You guys in the U.S., obviously, not me.
I know it's literally night and day. It's like my entire attitude towards life changes when we get longer days again. We get the sun.
I didn't even notice it.
Days. It's the same length of day.
When we were adjusted to the point where it's not dark when I get out of work at 5 o'clock, right?
That is nice, yeah.
It's a big difference, man. I mean, there's times when it's getting dark at 3 p.m. here in New York
that's your fault.
It's like so depressing. So depressing.
I didn't even personally notice it until I happened to look up one day when it was like 7 o'clock, and I'm like, wait, why is it still daylight?
It changes everything. Everything changes. Like life just gets better by 10x. It's insane.
Life is on a bull market. Is that you getting your mad gain?
The summers and it's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, there's good things to the seasons, but I wouldn't mind living in a all summer, all the time environment. Definitely feel like that would be better.
Viva la Mexico.
I know. Puerto Rico, it would probably be Puerto Rico for me. That looks like where I could potentially end up if I'm going to end up in any paradise at all.
I mean, they got the tax status thing down there. I don't know if it's still available, but
Yeah, I believe it is. The no capital gains. It's from the point that you establish residency moving forward. You don't pay capital gains from that moment on, which is not too shabby compared to over here.
I was in Puerto Rico for a few months back in like 2019. It's the only place I could get a driver's license.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I won't get into the full lore on that one, but
what do you mean? So the only place in the
United States, yeah,
technical United States where you can. That's
because they don't do the information sharing. So, and they were also the only jurisdiction that wasn't issuing those national. Because all the driver's licenses are now like national ID or something.
Yes. That's funny you say that because
real ID thing.
Yes, the real ID.
Real ID.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm that car that I purchased on XMR Bazaar, which is still in Florida right now. I think I might just ship it down to Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
And just we'll have a car down there for when we eventually do make our way. But even our other, our family down there can use it. So, but I did not know that about the license. That's interesting. And thinking
still the case, it's expired by now. So
okay. And thinking of eventually doing a Monerotopia there. So next one, I think we'd be back at Puerto Roma, especially if we get this Monero seed money thing going. And then maybe the one after that we could do in Puerto Rico. That's the current thinking.
Did we have more people at the Topia this year than last, or was it about the same?
No, I think we had more. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'd say we definitely had more locals. So yeah, we had more because we had more on both ends, on just the regular Monero people, and then we had more locals as well.
There's like this sweet spot for conferences where they're big enough to like have all the people that you want to see, but they're small enough to still be fucking like personal and interesting, unique with with its own kind of flair. And I think Monerotopia just entered that as of really probably the conference before, but this one was like tight. It was like right there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping it doesn't have to necessarily be a numbers thing, right? Like, because I think the idea is as long as everybody that's attending is attending for the right reasons, right? They're into opting out and using digital cash. Like, it should be just as good if you have 500 people or 5,000 people, if all those people are really into that concept. Because now it's just freaking better. You have so many more vendors. You have so much more Monero pump flowing through the conference. Like, yeah, it might be a little bit harder to talk to every speaker that's there, but you're just talking, anybody you are talking to is like there for the right reasons. So I'm hoping, we could ride that wave. But I don't know.
Just as long as you never bring the Monero Michael Saylor up on stage. we will criticize you for that if you ever do that.
Does that exist? I don't even know what that would be. That might be that. Yeah.
I pray to all the gods that exist that the ghost of John McAfee haunts Michael Saylor for eternity. Like never sell your Bitcoin, only pay with Monero. Like that's the difference.
Yeah.
Stephanie agrees. She wants John McAfee to haunt Saylor as well.
But yeah, what do you think, buddy? You think that's possible? Right? Because I mean the community is only so big at any one time anyway. It's not like we're blowing up overnight because it's not just about number go up, right? That's a quick moving movement that just you get all types of people involved when it's just number go up. It's just money grubbing hungry people, right? And that are pretending to care about something. But when it's actually people that are interested in opting out and living off of each other peer to peer, that's just naturally going to be a slower growing community.
Anything's possible, right? Like I wouldn't want to discount the possibility of that. I guess I would just say in my anecdotal experience, I've noticed that as communities grow larger, as conferences grow larger, there's kind of like, you have to expand the venue. Things start feeling a little bit more sanitary. You know, things feel maybe a little bit more corporate. And you can still keep the soul of you know, the seed of what happened, you know, what started the thing. It's harder. It gets harder to keep that as you grow larger.
Yeah.
I mean,
honestly,
you know, again,
I think it would be a good problem to have, right? Once you get like, oh no, the conference got too big.
Oh no, everybody loves Monero now. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, this sucks. I mean, granted, that is like a going to be the Monero attitude among many, right? Like, oh man, like now we got normies using it. But
everyone wants to be early. Everyone wants to have the niche part of their identity. Like, I found the thing and it's secret and nobody knows about it. Everybody should know about it. And I tell them, but they don't listen. I'm so smart.
That is the typical Monero user.
No, actually, I think most of the Monero users have like, I think a lot of us saw that kind of like mentality with crypto and Bitcoin and all this stuff. And I think a lot of it, I mean, for me personally, that was really like the fact that the price got attacked and that we had to actually realize, wait a second. I mean, because, you know, I got into it as kind of well, listen, I got into it for freedom money, right? Like back in the day when I bought Bitcoin. But you know, the market turned me into a fucking degenerate. And when the Monero market didn't go with the rest of the crypto market like we thought it would, it sort of forced me to reevaluate, like, why was I in crypto and what are my values? So in a lot of ways, like, it made me it made me a better person, to like have to go through all of these attacks that Monero has gone through, because I had to decide if I really cared about principles or if I was just trying to, you know, make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I had that same growth trajectory. I mean, that's why I ended up
matured, bro.
You know, whatever. I won't go into that story. But let me bring up some questions here. So yeah, does anybody know why Fluffy Pony left the Tari project? It sounded like it was for personal reasons. You know, nothing to do with crypto. Just that he had a lot going on in his personal life. But I don't think anybody knows more than that. And then we have an XMR chat. And Justice, I'll let you bring these up in the future. John Bollinger tipped 0.001 XMR. I like Bawdy. He makes me happy. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
I agree with that.
I hope I make you. You know, I do my best.
At least he didn't give you kisses. There's been a couple of people that gave me and Doug a kiss.
Wait, what? Say that again.
There's been, if you've been looking at the XMR chats, there was a person named Ashley, and then somebody else that gave me and Doug a kiss the other day. I don't know if you noticed it or not.
Bawdy gets Monero, we get kisses. Sorry, Bawdy.
Better be careful though. Sunita might not appreciate that.
I got the money. You guys got the love.
I guess we can jump into the price report, but yeah, Bawdy, what do you? I mean, obviously you're going to get into all this, but what did you think of what I was saying there in the intro? I don't know if you heard kind of my overall take on. Yeah,
I heard a little bit of it. They're kind of in between a rock and a hard place. The price is going up, and the inflation worries now. So can they lower rates, and could that lead to some kind of new crash scenario? I don't think we're there yet, but I think it could be a way that things unfold. That's plausible.
Like, how high does oil need to get for it to really start to throw a wrench into the gears of the economy?
I would guess maybe around 130. Anything above the all-time high or near the previous all-time highs, that's where you might start getting worried.
What do you think will bring oil down? Like, keep it from going up at this point? Like, just the fact that they really just resolve the situation at the Strait of Hormuz, like.
So this is an interesting question to me, because it seems to me that the system naturally produces the deflation of oil prices. It seems like that's what the system wants to do. And maybe it's because there's so much oil in the world. I know that everyone said, peak oil, like there was that whole peak oil thing 10, 20 years ago. So I don't truly trust myself on the mechanisms, but it seems to me that the world is awash in oil, and that China is building massive infrastructure. So it used to be that the U.S. was the only place for refineries where you would refine the oil and, have gasoline and diesel and all the other stuff. I have to believe, and I haven't done the research here, but I have to believe that China is building out a lot of that same infrastructure and has built out a lot of that same infrastructure, which implies that the natural trajectory for oil is down, like always down. So the United States is effectively trying to prop up the petrodollar. And to do that, they have to resort to violence. They have to attack Iran, encourage the closing of the Straits of Hormuz, to create these artificial supports for oil price. So I actually don't think, like on a sort of long-term view, maybe short-term, it's a different story, or medium term, but on a long-term view, it's hard for me to see the price of oil just skyrocketing, simply because there's so much of it. And I think that the natural trajectory is down. And every time that oil crashes and is starting to fall out of trend, like that's how we saw that April mini crash last year. Like that's how we it was the same. It was this exact same time last year, and we nailed it to the wall because we saw oil drop out of trend, and it was like, okay, it's coming. Like this is it, right? And then 2 weeks later, the market dropped like 25%, the Nasdaq. So hopefully that answers the question. Kind of meandering.
Long term, I agree. Right? Obviously, oil will be there'll be less demand over time, right? Especially with alternative energy options, right? With everything going electric and then coming up with new ways to generate that electric beyond oil.
Beyond oil. Is that like the Beyond Meat burger?
Elon always talking about, the amount of the square surface of the earth that you need to basically power everything by just, harnessing the sun. Is like very small. It's not that much space at all. Things like that. So obviously long term, but short term, does seem like there's going to be a situation where it pumps more than it has, but I don't know.
I bet you're right. Like they've been jacking the markets around up, down, sideways, in circles. It wouldn't be surprising at all if they're going to pump oil back to its all-time high. Before, I mean, it would kind of make sense. They probably want to pump it to a level that doesn't endanger inflation too much, and then sort of let the natural market dynamics take control, and then oil will slowly drop off, right? Oil will slowly start moving towards the downside, but that'll buy them a few years of continued suppression. I mean, because if you're the military-industrial complex, you want to maintain, like if you're the U.S. military-industrial complex, you want to maintain dominance throughout the world. And if energy is cheap, accessible, then all of these second world countries, third world countries, they can start developing their resources, because there's a bunch of resources across the entire planet, but its energy is one of the main impediments to accessing them. So if you can deny energy by increasing the price, artificially making that price too high, you've created a barrier towards developing wealth inside of your nation. And which of course, it's kind of like people that always shit talk everybody else because it makes them feel better. That's like the United States military-industrial complex. They're trying to suppress everybody else's capacity for wealth development, because it keeps them in the number one spot.
They're maxis. Obviously you'll discuss all these things in your price report anyway, but so big picture, do you see these things affecting crypto, or is crypto just its own animal and the charts are the charts and all these things are just narratives and they don't really have anything to do with price at the end of the day? It's like there's other things happening that are going to affect crypto's price.
That's a question I couldn't really answer with any confidence. I mean, it has to affect crypto because money doesn't just disappear. It doesn't just go to money heaven or money hell, as it were. It changes hands, right? It goes into different asset classes. So it could be the case that because the focus is on oil and energy and petroleum, it could be the case that money is effectively moving out of other areas like crypto, for example, and into oil. That would make a lot of sense to me. I would have to think about that some more to really feel confident about it. But yeah, that could be a negative. It could actually be a negative influence on crypto. And it's actually, I've been pretty bullish on gold, and the gold chart looks pretty nice. And I think geopolitically, it has to continue going up over some, medium long term. But in the short term, this movement this movement into oil is probably going to sap some energy from gold over the short term. And it's something I actually noticed kind of midweek, I guess.
Yeah. I've been noticing that as well, keeping an eye on all that. But crypto's been strangely strong right now. But it just feels like it's lagging behind the broader the broader markets, and as those continue to crash more, it'll pull down crypto with it. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, I would say Monero has been fairly strong, like overall. We're sitting at like 350 right now. Bitcoin's like still down bad. Like Bitcoin was supposed to be way higher at these moments. Luckily, we still haven't hit 50K or below 50K. But yeah, I mean, $70,000 Bitcoin, I wouldn't call that particularly strong. But Monero is doing pretty good.
That's true. Yeah, I'm just talking about the recent kind of uptick for Bitcoin. Like it's, it appears that maybe, is the bottom in? Is it, is it another leg down?
I don't believe it.
And given that the broader market was going down and Bitcoin was going up, seemed to show like a sign of strength there. But who knows? That could just be whatever. The charts.
Maybe I need to do a little correlation. Maybe we'll do a live correlation analysis. See on Bitcoin and see.
All right, yeah, I'll let you take it away, man. Sorry for the long intro, but I've been watching.
I like this a lot. I think I'm going to ask Renan to clip before we actually do the intro.
Okay.
Right. You had some good. These are good questions, man. I think it's good.
Awesome. All right, brother. Take it away. Let's bring up your charts.
Oh wait, you guys did run you guys already did run the intro. I was away for a second. Okay, let me share my screen here. Probably I should have done that already, huh? All right, should be good to go. Okay, as always, we start with Monero. I tried to start with the macro like years ago, and then someone complained, and I felt ashamed because they were right. Where is the Monero show? We've got to start with Monero. So right now, you would call what we're looking at here a rising wedge. Okay, you might. I don't know how rising wedges actually are theoretically technical analysis degeneracy. I don't know how they're supposed to function here as potentially a bear flag, right? Because that's kind of what a bear flag is made of. You make some low and then you start trying to go higher, but you're not really breaking out. You're just kind of like riding. In this case, it's not an upsloping, but it's a rising triangle. So and of course, that's relevant because we go over here to Bitcoin and we see kind of the same thing. We see this. We see what basically looks like some kind of bear flag potentially. And as we talked about last week, maybe it's more of a rising wedge. I don't know, kind of just sort of ish, right? These are just like ish lines. But as we've been talking about for maybe the past month here now, Bitcoin is repeating the exact same pattern that we saw in the 2022 bear market. And we'll look at this a little bit closer, but right now these are May, June 2022 vibes. That's what the chart pattern is right here for Bitcoin. So that's why, on this rising wedge, which typically a rising wedge is going to break towards the upside, typically. On this rising wedge, that's why I'm asking myself, does this count as kind of a bear flag styled pattern? I don't know, maybe. At the same time, we're sitting here at what, 356? That's a really good price. And as we talked about, I never really truly believed this breakout. It's kind of like, you had the Zach XBT guy and he's like, oh, it's the hack, right? Just like back here, he's like, oh, it's a hack. Okay, maybe, but I never really believed this. I never let myself believe it. I should have sold it. I guess I should have sold some Monero back then. I didn't. I never believed that I can get back into Monero. I feel like one day the on-ramps are just going to shut down. But I need to go get on. I need to get the thing is I don't want to get on RetoSwap because as soon as I get there, then I'm going to be trying to trade the price and I should only degenerately trade shitcoins, not Monero. Anyways, at the moment, this chart looks okay. Like Monero chart, in a technical sense looks fine. I would hope in terms of the wave magic, we've got our upper standard deviations here, that blue cluster. You would think that we would at some point pump towards the upside and hit that cluster. Maybe that's a little bit too optimistic, but it is also a little bit weird to have fallen out of such a big pump. And literally at no moment have we revisited anything that resembles that resembles like resistance or retesting. Nothing like that. So it's kind of hard for me to believe that. I don't know. That's why again, there's another reason why this feels a little bit fake. So, anyways, I'm guess you could say I'm optimistic, hopefully cautiously optimistic that Monero could break towards the upside. It certainly looks like it wants to do that. If there's any positive movement in crypto, Monero is going to make a nice big fat break towards the upside, and our targets will be at least 420. It's funny how I still wonder that it's too convenient that 420 always pops up. Maybe it's just because I'm seeing things, I'm fucking hallucinating, like OpenAI.gov. Anyways. Yeah, so Monero's price looking fine. I like it. It's good enough, right? Like 350 is still great. It's better than our stablecoin price at 150. Let's see the XMR BTC chart. This is kind of an odd chart to me. I'm not quite sure what to make of this. Overall, it does feel positive. It does feel like this chart wants to potentially try and get up here, but that's probably just me anthropomorphizing the chart. I don't know. Honestly, guys, I don't know if this chart goes up, down, or whatever. But okay, sure. Let's see we look at the divergences every week, but there's never anything here that's important for us, so we can just forget that. And then XMR versus gold, why not? Yeah, I don't have any opinions on this chart either. We're effectively range bound. Like at this point, we have to consider Monero range bound relative to gold. Let's go to a longer time frame here, maybe 2 days. Yeah, this is the kind of chart that can sit here and compress for a very long time, just oscillating in this range. We could literally be another 2 or 3 years, and Monero could be oscillating relative to gold. Now, that's actually not a bad thing. Like that could be totally fine, because if gold is rising, right? If we believe that gold is a bullish asset still, and geopolitically, it does feel like there's a lot of reasons to expect that gold should continue being positive. On the larger macro sense, when the Ukraine war kicked off, all of the commodities spiked, and especially gold. Like that was the thing that kicked off the gold bull market. Now, Ukraine wasn't really so much about oil in the way that Iran is about oil. And so there is a little bit of, I guess, difference here when we're talking about Iran versus Ukraine. Again, as we talked about, the notion of everyone knows that oil is, there's danger to the oil economy or whatever, right? The prices are going to go up. So what happens? The speculators, they move from the other asset classes, they move into oil. And so there is a little bit of headwind there against gold. I think that's more short term. I do think that ultimately over, let's just say the months to maybe year, maybe 2 years time frame, it does make a lot of sense to me that geopolitically gold needs to continue responding. Basically everything that's happened is gold just catching up. Like gold being at these prices is gold catching up to where it fucking should be. It should probably be even a lot higher than that. So maybe there's even still room to go there, but the cabal has their ways and means. Probably you guys are all acutely aware of that. Let's see, we had talked about the XMR dominance for some period of time, and we had called this a inverse head and shoulders. And I don't quite know where to draw the neckline, but this looks like that target was basically hit on that inverse head and shoulders. This is the main cluster where things congregated, and then the wicks happen into this little itty bitty upper standard deviation cluster that you can see right there. This is actually, I changed the wave magic, I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago, so that we could see little stuff like this. TradingView doesn't give me quite enough resources to be able to see everything that I want to see. But anyways, yeah, so XMR dominance, it's basically like XMR versus BTC. It's like basically the same chart almost. Again, things still looking pretty good there, but I can't tell you that I'm convinced this chart goes up or down or sideways or whatever. It's good that it's consolidating at this level and that things haven't like fallen off. So realistically, if the XMR dominance starts to meander towards the upside, that's a really solid it's a really solid notion that this thing could go even higher. So I guess we're looking at a measly 0.275% of the entire crypto market cap. The crypto market cap is a fucking lie, so whatever, it's fine. All right, let's go to the total crypto market cap. We'll look at Bitcoin in a second. Yeah, it's funny how sometimes Bitcoin is the chart to look at to know where crypto is going, and sometimes total is the chart to look at. I don't know which one it is at this exact moment. I know that we're in a bear market, and I know that it's like, I know it's kind of fucking degenerate for me to say this, but this chart still looks reasonably bullish. Like this chart doesn't look horrible. It doesn't look good. Like this fall off here, that's not a good thing. That's not a good setup. You really wanted to you really wanted to establish those lower standard deviation bands and then start moving towards the upside. Like that would have been much better chart action. That's not what we're going to get. Probably the next thing that's going to happen is a fall off. If we're lucky, then the total crypto market cap will find some kind of support here at the moving average cluster. Okay. Maybe not. How far down is that actually? 20%? Yeah. I mean, that's plausible. That's plausible. If we were to go down to the lower standard deviation cluster, that would be minus 50%. God damn, that would be a long way to go. Hopefully we don't go that far. All right, but let's look at Bitcoin. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that most of you guys have probably seen this before, but just in case you haven't, what we're seeing here with the bear market is a literal exact, almost play for play repeat of what happened in 2022. So we'll just come back here and show you. I guess we could do an overlay, but I don't know how well the overlay is going to look. Anyways, here's the point. April 2021, we set some big all-time high. That was actually the regression analysis high. And then we make a marginally higher high, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. And then you spend time making a bear flag, and then the market crashes. This right here is May and June 2022. And this is another little bear flag. And that is exactly, these patterns are exactly what we've seen for this bull and bear market. We had a nice big movement towards the upside back in, when would that be? I can't see it because because StreamYard is blocking it from me. Anyways, doesn't matter. We had a nice big move towards the upside. I think this was the beginning of 2024. So we had the crypto presidency came online, and he gave us all the crypto glorious gains. And then what do? We make a marginally higher high, and then we fucking crash out. Now we've got a bear flag, and then we crashed. And now this pattern here is literally the exact same thing that was happening in May of 2022. So what's going to happen next? Probably this thing is going to fucking crash out, guys, and we're going to have to find the bottom. I don't know. Let's just call it 50K. At this point, like, you could, like, if you're really like trying to manage your money responsibly, it makes a lot of sense to have bought a little bit down here, knowing that you're probably going to go under some temporary losses. Anything below 60K, guys, that's when you start DCAing, right? That's when you start buy. So if you've got some cash sitting on the sidelines, that's really the time to do it. I guess I'm going to try and be cool and call a 50K bottom here for Bitcoin. That's what I'm going to do. All right, we'll see if that actually plays out or not. But 50K should be, like, theoretically a really, really good buy spot. So let's see. Let's take a look at the Z-scores. I guess Tron. Tron pumps at the most random times. I don't know why. Like, what is the mechanism by why Justin Sun coin pumps? But they are definitely a major tether dealer, right? So if you want to get that sweet tether, then you got to talk to Justin Sun, talk to Tron. Anecdotally, through I don't know, we'll just say anecdotally, it seems that Tron actually is used to do USDT transactions in other countries, like in places that, you're not supposed to use the naughty, dirty dollar. So it does seem like Tron is actually still used somehow. That's definitely a thing. Let's see. BCH fell a lot, and now it's lagging behind. Monero is actually, in terms of Z-score. So how is the price performing relative to its own moving average history? In this case, it is the 100-day. I believe it's 100-day. I always forget. Yep. So it's arbitrary. Like, we could change that to 365-day, and these lines would change. So just understand that there is a little bit of arbitrariness to that. But yeah, in the last 100 days, how is the price performing relative to its own moving average? Monero is doing quite well, and some reason Tron is crushing everybody. Okay, Bitcoin dominance. We talked about this last week. Don't expect this chart to actually do anything now. There was a period of time that I was hopeful that Bitcoin dominance would fall off a cliff, and all the shit coins would come. And I mean, Bitcoin is a shit coin, so to me, like, this chart doesn't even mean anything. It's just nonsense. But okay, whatever. This chart is now established itself as basically range bound, right? It's probably just going to sit here range bound for some period of time, which again is interesting because remember, in years past, Bitcoin has been the winner during the bear market. In this case, well, the last bear market, Bitcoin dominance fell for most of that bear market. And in this case, Bitcoin dominance is just chopping sideways. It's chopping sideways at 60%. Okay, that's too much. But what other coins other than Monero? What other coins are there out there that should replace the Bitcoin dominance? I guess Ethereum, right? Like Ethereum does everything Bitcoin does and better. And one day, maybe, hopefully, they'll get witness data to do some magic and roll ups or something. And maybe in like hashtag 18 months or maybe hashtag 18 years from now, maybe they'll be able to do some fraction of stuff that ETH has already been doing for like years and years. I don't know, whatever. Don't expect Bitcoin dominance to really do too much. It's probably just range bound. Ethereum, Ethereum, I don't know. This chart actually looks fine, guys. Like in terms of, I guess it's an extended pattern. The hope would have been that Ethereum would have made better gains during the bull market, which it did not. I guess the focus was on Bitcoin because they got the ETFs and they got the boomers on board and all that shit. But in general, like the Ethereum chart actually looks relatively okay. It looks like it's range bound near the top of its of its lifetime history. Unfortunately, range bound in this case means a range of about 70%. So or 200%, if depending on how you want to look at it. So it's about a 3x range bound here in terms of its oscillations. At the same time, this is actually opportunity. So Ethereum, hitting somewhere in this lower standard deviation cluster is a screaming buy. Like that is your opportunity to trade the range. So that would be cool. You could definitely probably make some shekels by trading in that fashion. Okay. Let's look at the Monero hash rate. Probably not too much change. Let me reload this chart. Yeah, same as last week. We're still, we're doing great. We're basically on the upper side of where we were for all of 2025. Like we're effectively still, it's a bear market and we're still above those 2025 levels. So that's a good thing. And it makes sense. Monero's price is generally still doing pretty good. Why do I have all this other garbage on here? Let's fucking Dash. Who uses Dash? I know one guy that uses Dash, but I don't trust him. You guys know who he is. I won't mention him by name. Monero transactions sitting here. I was hoping that we would sort of like oscillate at that 30K level and that would continue, but nevertheless, it does look like we're trying to stay above 25K for now. So maybe there has been a real uptick in Monero transactions. Maybe we have a few new onboarded converts that are always paying with Monero, like John McAfee told us to do. All right, let's go to the macro. We kind of covered a lot of this. Let's start with oil, I guess. That's probably the most pertinent place to begin. So this chart has just shot towards the upside with all kinds of volatility. You can see the intraday volatility very clearly here with this big wick and then these downside wicks and then you so right here that's the close of the previous day and then you gap down, right? That's a huge gap for oil to make. Just gapped down, and then we closed the week. What's this pattern called where you close at the very top of the candle? It's not an engulfing pattern. But it has a similar feel. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna have to probably call it. Oil is gonna move higher. Like this thing is, holy shit! It gapped up 2 weeks in a row. That's crazy. They say that gaps have to be filled, so I guess they'll be filled. But who knows when that'll happen? It could take months for that to happen. We already hit like $120 on the oil price. So here's my thinking. Let's go to the monthly chart. It's a long-term chart. All right, so this is a very, very long-term chart now. Like this is back in 2009. So here's the .com crash, pre-crash really. Try not to pre-crash. Pre-crash doesn't exist. That's wrong. I shouldn't say that kind of shit. It's a joke anyways. All right, anyway, so we got this trend line. If you know, you know. You got this trend line right here, and we've almost touched it. Probably the thing that I'm going to be looking at the most are these purple lines. I don't know if that's too faint for you guys to see, but these purple lines are the standard deviation of the upper moving standard deviation, which is a mouthful to say. Think of it like an acceleration metric. They respond quickly. It's like a volatility metric as well. There's a bunch of different ways you could phrase it, but ultimately what I would expect is to try and tag these purple lines, which would put oil somewhere at the 130 to maybe 140 level area. It's hard for me to think that they want to push oil any farther than that, but geopolitically, like let's start using our imagination some. Let's just like speculate a little bit. China is, I'm sure you guys have seen the memes. I'm sure you guys have seen all the stuff. They're building out infrastructure that is just absolutely insane, massive, dwarfing anything, almost anything that the United States does, except for war, obviously. And the notion of needing to contain China now is seeming like it seems to have grown significantly. And I'm always cautious about like just rote believing whatever the the international narrative is or whatever. China, right? I'm always a little bit cautious of believing that, but it's continued for so long, for so many years. It does seem like the United States intelligence, deep state, is trying to contain China. And maybe the oil prices, maybe they're willing to sacrifice inflation and sacrifice the American people in the name of preventing China from continuing to build out their infrastructure. That's possible, right? That's a real possibility. I know everyone tends to think in the monolithic conspiracy cabal that China and Russia and the U.S. and they're all friends and they all meet together and they have dinner and they plan out how to do COVID 2019 or whatever. But the reality is more complex than that. These guys are psychopaths, and psychopathic power games are born, like their strategies are born out of convenience. And so there is still a nationalistic bent, or at least an alliance coalition kind of bent towards the geopolitical stage. In other words, China does manufacture a lot of shit, but they're also trying to stop China from shipping that stuff at this point now. They've tried to increase those costs. So they're and obviously like the Chinese oligarchy and the Russian oligarchy, these guys have different power interests than the United States and the Western power interests. So they cooperate when necessary, and they fight, or they make you fight. They make your children fight when necessary. So just understand, like there is still a national, like there's still a nationalistic orientation towards the power structures in the world. And I don't know. Okay, that's a long enough rant there. Anyways, price of oil probably still going higher. But we're probably getting close to reaching a peak out there, which would be great because actually, oil doing so well, like massively pumping, gold has still continued to do quite well, even in the face of money moving into oil. So right now, gold looks like it maybe, I don't know, maybe somewhere around here. Maybe it needs to fall a little bit below 5,000, maybe some kind of like wick action. I don't know. But gold, I wouldn't expect this to break out just yet. Probably needs to take a little bit of a retrace here. That's fine. In the big picture, I think all of you can see it. This chart is very clearly positive. I don't know. Let's try and draw some lines. Let's do this. Draw some dubious pleb lines and see what pops out at us, if anything. Could we draw it like that? Maybe, I don't know. It's a little bit dubious. We had to like break some candle bodies to do that. Let's go backwards here. Yeah, maybe we got to do it more like this. Yeah. We got to do it more like that. Okay. So that looks like a pennant, right? To me. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, that looks 100% looks like a pennant. Usually that's a bullish thing, but notice, this could take until May. Let's extend the lines here. All right, yeah. So we could be looking here until the end of April, May, before this thing perhaps comes to some kind of resolution. If this pennant breaks down, then I would be sad to say that might be the end of the gold market, the bull market in gold. But pennants usually break up, and with the geopolitics, this thing, probably going to break towards the upside. But short term, don't expect gains in gold right here. But still, that long term, that looks like a nice pattern. And here's another thing that plays into that. The dollar index is breaking out now. So the dollar is starting to get stronger. Gee whiz, go figure. The price of the petrodollar has gone up, and somehow the Dixie is now breaking out of its range. That's it's funny how that works, right? At the moment, it hasn't truly, really broken out. Let's get rid of this line. I don't know what that's there for. Yeah, so on the short term, this hasn't truly, really broken out, but it's, please, the chart is set up that way. The wave magic says it. The lines say it. Like the dollar index is definitely going to be going for reaching for some new heights here again, which is it's going to weigh on gold a little bit. So what we can do, so you'll notice, the astute observer here will notice that the dollar index, and the price of oil and gold all have this kind of like interrelation, right? And there's some kind of calculus involved there, right? There's like feedback mechanisms and stuff like that. So one of the ways that we can sort of eliminate some of the noise between how the dollar index performs relative to gold is not to divide them, but to multiply them. And I would encourage you, I'll say it quickly here, but I would encourage you to think about this on your own time if you're interested in this kind of thing. when you multiply instead of dividing, when you multiply the dollar index by the price of gold, what you get is a situation where if the dollar index rises and the price of gold stays the same, that's actually gold positive, because gold should have, they're inversely correlated. Gold should have fallen as the dollar index rose, but it didn't. So that's actually gold positive. Or hypothetically, if the dollar index falls and gold stays the same, then that's actually weak for gold, even though gold US dollar price remained the same, because it should have, quote unquote, should have gone up as the dollar index fell. So what I do is I multiply the two, and there's a bunch of different kinds of examples, you can sort of elaborate, right? So like if the dollar index is going up and gold is going up at the same time, that's extremely gold positive. So if you multiply them together, you actually get a significantly higher resolution on what's going on there. So anyways, yeah, let's take a look at this chart. You'll notice that if we multiply the dollar index by gold, this chart actually looks significant, maybe not significantly, but it does look better than just the gold, the XAU USD chart, the gold versus dollar chart. And this was actually one of the ways that we were able to identify, I think it was last year, or maybe it was a little bit sooner. We were able to identify this rising wedge that was like, we knew this shit was going to break out. Like this chart was going to break out. So sometimes, you can do creative little things like that. At the moment, I guess, let's go back to the daily. At the moment, this thing still looks strong. Like, still looks like a good chart. Guys, I think we have some XMR chats. Maybe we ought to push those onto the screen here. If there's anyone around to push the XMR chats. All right, I'll just read them out. Sorry, guys. I guess they won't pop up on. They probably already popped up on the screen. I just didn't see them. All right, we have Carla James tipped 0.1 Millinero. And she says, kisses upon body. He's my favorite. Thank you, Carla. I appreciate that. We have Claude Code. I hope this isn't an AI slop. I'm sure it's not. They also tipped 0.1 Millinero. This reframes the entire conversation. Thank you for pushing back on this. You were right, and the distinction matters. When oil hits 500 this year, let's have anti-Moon Boy back on. All right, so Claude Code is predicting $500 this year. Is that really Claude Code, or is that just Claude Bot or Claude? Shit, what's the, there's like a new Claude local instance. Whatever, anyways. Alaska Anon tips 1 Millinero. The window is closing for people to localize their personal economy. Dependency on anything that the power brokers have their hands on the lever is financial prison. Make this the year where you build your own XMR circular economy. Preach, brother, preach. Sounds good. All right, so we talked about gold. What are the kind of macro things should we look at here? We talked about oil. We talked about dollar index. I guess the only thing left is to look at stocks. What have stocks done lately? Yeah, stocks aren't liking it, guys. It kind of makes sense. People, again, money doesn't just like die and go to money heaven or go to money hell. It goes somewhere, right? It flows into some other asset. So in this case, it seems as if people are leaving the stocks market and going into gold. Going into oil. I don't know how long this will last. Maybe a little bit, maybe not too long. This could be the beginning of some like actual like crash out for the stock market. I don't think it's going to happen immediately, right? There'll be some like oscillation here, but I don't know, maybe this year, maybe later this year, there will be some kind of impetus to push some kind of bear market. You can see the lower standard deviation cluster here never got, it crashed down and then it never got revisited after that. So the stock market is like extremely stupidly bullish. So there's no reason that anything ever has to come back down and revisit levels that it's supposed to. But it could. That would actually, if we do find ourselves in some kind of like crash scenario, that would actually be a pretty good target to look at, which is only 12% down from where we are and a total of about 16% off the all-time high. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe it just depends on what happens with the war. I don't know. Okay, actually, he has tipped 0.1 Millinero, and he says the reason that calculation works is that the DXY is a US dollar basket and the gold price is gold USD. So DXY times gold is actually gold basket. In other words, the gold price in all currencies combined rather than just in the dollar. That is a very astute observation. I really like that a lot. So it's mostly the euro. I think it's like 60% euro is what that basket is composed of. But then there's also the Canadian dollar, the Aussie, the Swiss franc, and I believe the Japanese yen. So they're all little contenders in there as well. It's mostly euro, but then there's an assortment of other stuff. So Yeah, great comment. Actually, that was a great comment. All right, guys. I don't think I see too much else here to look at. Markets are looking interesting, slightly dicey. Do we have anything? Oh, we have to look at bonds. Obviously, we got to look at boring bonds. If I can find the chart, that is. Here it is. Loading, thinking, calculating. All right, did bonds do anything that matter? They went up actually a little bit. Yeah, okay, so again, guys, here's the evidence that money is moving from one asset class to another. Bonds, the yields went up, which means that people were selling bonds. When everyone's buying bonds, yields drop. When everyone's selling bonds, yields go up. So what it looks like to me is that for the past week, would it be week? It would be actually 2 to 3 weeks now. 2 to 3 weeks. For the past 2 to 3 weeks, people have been selling bonds and going into oil, right? And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's the play here, right? As soon as the Iran attacks begin, you start buying oil. All right, it makes too much sense. Maybe you could just buy poly market oil or something, or some kind of poly market bet. I don't know, whatever. If you're a fucking degen. We didn't look at XMR shitcoins. We didn't look at privacy shitcoins, but I don't feel like all right, we'll do it. I just don't like giving attention to privacy shitcoins. Tari is probably going to have fallen more. Of course it did. I don't know. The bottom is never going to be in. I lost all that money. Okay. What the fuck? Cubic just made a comeback? Oh God. This is not, I mean, it's not really a comeback, but that's not a good sign. Who the fuck pumped Cubic? Somebody pumped Cubic. Fucking. All right, whatever. That's still not high enough for them to actually start doing their selfish mining attacks again with like any effectiveness. They really need to get back to somewhere around this level, right? Obviously, this was their target zone where they were launching attacks. Anything below that is just lull. I don't know. Maybe they'll come back and go attack Dogecoin. That's what they said they're going to do, but they're probably liars. I wouldn't trust them. Zcash continues to hang on, sadly. I want to see this thing crash. Everybody does. All right. Nothing to see here. Xano, as we talked about, this chart does not look good. This chart's not done falling. It's probably looking for the 3.9 level, I guess. I don't know. And Pirate Chain, of course, they didn't do anything either. Makes sense. Someone asked about Firo last week. We talked about this chart as like a forever down kind of chart. The problem is just like no one uses Firo. You need organic adoption to sustain price. Otherwise, they're just like a cool project doing some science or experiments or whatever. So yeah, this chart's probably not done going down. Sorry, Firo bros. They probably don't care though. They seem like the kind of guys that are more interested in building stuff and they're like playing around with their network, and that's cool. No hate there. All right, guys, that's all I got for you. Nothing else here. I don't think worth taking a look at. Paging Douglas, Mr. Tuman to the podcast.
Back. I am back. You wouldn't believe the things I get done during these during your price reports.
Yeah,
I want to say.
Tell us.
I just ran down the block, did some shopping, all while listening in the entire time.
Really?
Yeah, did some grocery shopping.
Is it that bad?
Next little break, I will cook some. What's that?
Is it that bad? Is that how much you can count on me to rant?
I enjoy. I mean, it's how to just sit here and do nothing and listen to you is not as enjoyable as like running around and listen. It's like how I rather listen to a podcast anyway. So it's actually
no, I agree.
Very enjoyable. I love the body rants. Especially these days, man. I'm glued to the price. They definitely, if they want everybody's attention, they certainly have mine right now. Like I'm usually ignoring all this. That's usually my default, and I enjoy that lifestyle better. But somehow I got sucked into following this stuff closely these days, only because I started monkeying around with trading some crypto a few months ago.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's really not. I hate it. I don't enjoy it. But I had some on Coinbase, and I just need to liquidate some funds to make a purchase. And that kind of like pulled me back into trading land, which I really don't enjoy. But these days, with everything going on, it's like I'm glued to the price, trying to figure out where things may go, which is like the situation you do not want to be in. It's such a royal waste of time. So I'm trying to like shake that bad habit right now.
What kind of
But these
positions,
days
if you don't
it's
mind me
like-
asking, what kind of positions are you taking?
I'm in cash right now. Waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's
But
a
I'd
reasonable
be-
position.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking to, you know, I don't even want to say my plan out loud because then it's definitely not happening. But you know, if we get another leg down, which I do feel like is quite likely, yeah, I don't know. I would load up on throw to some Bitcoin just because that would be the most stable. I feel like least risky. Maybe there's even another leg down after that, and then I would throw it into Monero, but given the exchange that I'm on with these fiat dollars, I can't even do that, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I would throw it into something else, something that I think might pump more than.
No, that's good.
Bitcoin.
You shouldn't state your exact strategy out loud because probably Brian Armstrong will front run you.
Yeah. Bastard. They will have Monero one day. I mean, it's going to get to the point where it's going to be just so ridiculous that they're ignoring it.
It already is at that point, but
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
So yeah, man. I mean, what do you think? Like you said, I think you're thinking too, right? That there's probably pretty good odds for another leg down for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it sure seems that way.
What would you have to see to no longer think that?
We would need to break out of that bear flag that's being painted on Bitcoin right now. Like some strong break towards the upside would need to happen.
And like a retest and like, I mean, so what is that? What is that number? What's that ceiling?
Right now it's a bear flag that's rising, so that number goes up slowly over time.
Mhm.
Maybe I don't know. I'd also want to see some kind of corroboration in the macro sense. I would want to see some kind of change in the international, like maybe the Iran war gets called to a close, something like that. Maybe socially speaking, I would want to see people being like extremely bearish, being like, oh, we got to go to 50K. I'm like, if you remember the last bear market, right around 20K, right around like 18,000, not all, but a lot of the maxis, they were like, yeah, Bitcoin fell, but it's going to fall even further. I'm calling for 12K now. I'm going to scoop up all the Bitcoin at 12K and I'm going to be rich. Right. And they were all saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they hadn't said that for the entire fucking bear market. And as soon as they started saying that, I was like, yeah, we're probably pretty close. But we were able to, we could corroborate that with the other things like the lower regression analysis boundary. Right. So there was other things that we could look together in concert. So like if we saw maybe some kind of strong break out of that bear flag, like above the rising resistance, combined with, maybe some kind of geopolitical change and or some kind of sentiment change, we could corroborate those things and have some higher confidence that maybe we don't need to go lower. At the moment, though, none of that's happening. So at the moment, it's not happening.
Yeah, it feels like the other direction is more likely at this point. I mean, unless things are, are they controlling the markets? I mean, or are the markets out of control? Obviously they're always trying to control the markets, but they're fighting that against losing control. And I think Trump has done a really good job at controlling it. Not saying he should do it, but I'm saying he's good at doing that. We saw him do it with the tariffs, right? That's why he loved the tariffs, because he's like, tariffs are on, tariffs are off.
Yeah.
Like, hey Baron, go buy something. Tariffs are on. Like it was an amazing lever that he had. So now he's doing that with the Strait of Hormuz, right? Oh, things are good, things are bad, things are gonna take longer than we think. Things are, actually things are already as good as they can get. But it's not working as well with that because it's not as easy and direct as the tariffs, because there's a lot of side effects that are happening, right? Like it's affecting other economies. It's affecting China. It's affecting Russia. It's affecting India, right? So all those people now are putting pressure on Trump in their own way, where he's not as easily able to control the markets as he was with the tariffs. Just the point. Just I don't know if you agree with that, but
No, 100%. Like
Yeah.
using war as a means of controlling markets is it's a much larger ship, and it's a lot harder to steer.
right.
But with tariffs, you can just be like that's how they recovered from the mini crash. They just they flapped their mouths about tariffs. They made them on, and then they turned them off, and then they were like, well, we're going to revisit, but we're going to cut
Yeah.
some sweet deals with our allies, and somehow they just flapped their mouths and ended the mini crash. It was amazing, actually. It was a lesson for me to watch them be able to do that.
What do you see as the leverage that they have here to like artificially pump things up? Like they tried with we're going to add 400 million barrels of oil, and like oil price just continued to creep up.
This is more of a
Didn't
long-term
work.
game. What they're doing with Iran to get the price of oil higher, this is a long-term game so that they can support stock market gains into the future at the cost of stock market gains right now. Right? So we talked about money moves out of one asset class into another, and the obvious play here is to move into oil. And in the process of doing that, right, you're pumping the oil price, and that's the strong petrodollar is the basis, the stable basis that they need to continue the stock market gains. So it's
But
going
doesn't Trump want to like crash the price of oil at some point? Make it
No.
No?
If the price of oil crashes, the economy crashes. Like the stock market crashes. Everything is dependent on a price of oil being in kind of like a Goldilocks zone. They need it. They really, really need it.
All right,
to
maybe
be
not crash, wrong word, but he wants to significantly bring down oil prices.
No. He might say that, but what he and his I don't know buddies and or maybe controllers, puppet masters, who knows? They want to push the price of oil higher to some like not outlandishly high price, and then they want to let that slowly bleed down over the course of years while they pump the stock market.
Okay.
Yeah,
But they're weighing that against needing to do things like win the midterms, right? And to win the midterms, they need to lower prices. They need to bring down inflation. So that if what you're saying is their actual goal, that goes contrary to like winning the midterms and politically being able to maintain power to even do those things in the first place.
You know who's going to win the midterms? The Intel deep state. That's who's going to
They always do.
It doesn't matter. Like
Damn
it's like that doesn't matter. Like if the Republicans lose and the Democrats get into office, it doesn't matter. Like we thought Trump was going to be the crypto president. What is he doing now? He's prosecuting Ray. Right? They were supposed to stop doing that shit, but they didn't stop doing it. And Trump was supposed to be no new wars. What did he do? He started a war with Iran. He invaded. They did an operation in Venezuela. Like, so it just doesn't matter. The midterms just like don't even factor that much into this.
Okay. I don't know, because in me thinking things in terms of what Trump wants to do, you're saying it's wrong to even think of the fact that he's trying to pump the market at some point to make the population happy, grow his power, right, and influence, and politically win more offices. You're saying like that's not even a factor in his mind.
Yeah, I mean he's a lame duck. I mean he's not quite in that lame duck time zone yet, where the last 2 years basically, but he's not. He was a lifelong Democrat, and then he always said that if he ran for office, it would be as a Republican. Trump is a servant of that deep state. Like there can be no question anymore. Like everything that he's done has been absolutely in service of the military deep state. And so I don't think he cares about the Republicans. I don't think he cares about the midterms. I think all of that is largely irrelevant.
Yeah, no, I don't think he. Okay, all right.
Right, like, and by the way, the Republicans are.
Yeah, but that helps him, right? I mean, he ideally he would want to win the midterms, right? If he could press a button.
Ideally, but I think that the goal.
Then he just has more power, right? Now he has the his control of the legislature as well, right?
I think the military-industrial complex goals, right, the geopolitical goals, vastly overshadow which puppets happen to be in Congress at the moment. I mean, you want it like for bragging rights. He's got the ego thing, so he's going to want to say like, "Oh yeah, I won the midterms for the Republican Party because I'm so great." But at the same time, like the geopolitical goals are more important for him and his buddies and maybe his controllers. Like, he's 100% plugged in there. And I think that the fabric of elections and politics is really the absolute surface level, and it's the least important level. It's not that it's unimportant, it's just it's the least important.
All right. Professor Bawdy. We do have Relevant Peter McCormack. I think he is backstage, but now I don't see him anymore.
Oh, shit. I was hoping to see him at Monerotopia. I don't think I saw him.
No, I don't think he wasn't there this year. He was there last year. I'm going to bring him up if he's around. Relevant Peter McCormack. Paging.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Right. Awesome. Thank you, Justice. Oh, by the way, Justice, don't forget to bring up the XMR chats as you see them. I think Bawdy answered all the ones that are up there. Pretty sure I heard him do that. Relevant Peter McCormack, what's going on, man?
I have a little problem in that I can't actually hear anything.
Oh.
So
you can't hear me right now?
It's another day. I don't know because I can't hear you.
Huh.
Rookie error on my part.
Rookie error. Oh man. Maybe you could mess around with it, try to fix it. I'm talking to you, you can't hear me, so I guess that's not really helping. Let me message you. All right, I'll move him off stage. All right, Justice, let's take him off stage. Here's the thing, let's bring Shortwave up here for a sec. Shortwave, are you there?
I am here.
I think Relevant Peter McCormack is having some technical difficulties. Let me text him. Let me know.
Yeah, because we could hear him fine, but he apparently could not hear us at all.
Yeah.
Oh, the beauties of technology.
Hey, we make it work, man. We got a lot going on here. Sometimes we have guests coming in from all different parts of the world.
Hey, the fact that it works as well as it does is quite frankly amazing.
Right? Can we complain? I mean, we run a global show about Monero, like with essentially zero costs. We cannot complain.
Hiccups are going to happen.
We can hear you fine. Okay. Which reminds me, guys, like and share. Let's get the word out. Let's get more people watching Monerotopia. There's been a little bit of a lull, I feel like, since after the conference. I think because I lost a little steam. But I'm back in action, full speed ahead. Also, I guess because price is low, right? Not as many people are tuned in, but that shouldn't affect Moneroland ever, right? Because we're always on the same mission no matter what the price is. So, guys, like and share, get the word out. I can do the news, but I haven't even brought those up yet on my screen. Haven't had a moment to do that. So maybe we should we try to do viewers on stage? Viewers on stage, see who wants to come up, and in the meantime, I'll set up the news, and then we can run the news as well. Well, we do have Peter. Maybe he's going to give it a go.
We'll see.
Let's see. Relevant Peter McCormack, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All
I'll
right.
On my phone, though.
We weren't giving up.
I
wasn't going to give up.
I had to switch to my phone, unfortunately. So.
All right, now we get video and everything. Looking good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. We missed you at Monerotopia.
Yeah. I tuned in for a little bit of it, but yeah, didn't make it this year. I guess I'm having a hiatus, a little bit like Lando did last year.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
But it's quite a long way to go from Europe as well. So.
No, I know it's a big trip. Obviously, we love it when you make it over. You think you're gonna go to Monero.Town this year?
Yeah, I'd love to. It's in Poland this year, right? Warsaw.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's in June, I think, right?
Yeah, just before the big 5-0 for me.
Oh boy! All right.
Yeah.
Is that going to be
Yeah,
your
that's
party,
later in
hanging
June.
out at Monero.Con? That could be your
Could be,
your,
could
your
be.
50th.
Are you going to make it, or you got other plans?
We have a baby on the way, and
Yeah.
it's going to be a little around that time. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I'm going to be able to slip away.
No.
Kind of
well,
the promise
understandable.
to Sunita was after Monerotopia, take a little break in terms of conferences and whatnot. So probably won't be able to make it this year, which is unfortunate because I didn't go last year either.
No.
But I'll get
you had
back
a
there
good-
at some point.
You had a good Monerotopia?
It was really good, man. It was really good. It was like last year, but I'd say better only because it was a little bigger. Energy was fantastic, and also all the vendors were really on board this time. Like the Monero was flowing when we were buying out the vendors at the end. That worked seamlessly. The AV was much better. We were able to stream, like you tuned in, right? You're able to
I did,
reliably
yeah.
watch the
For bits and
stream.
pieces, yeah.
We streamed it for free, which is awesome. So people got to enjoy it instead of doing the virtual conference, which always ends up being a pain in the ass actually on our end. So it just, I'd say there were a lot of bonuses or pluses in terms of this year. Hopefully we didn't peak.
Awesome.
I think we still have time to peak, but it was great.
So next year then for me. It's still going to be
you
same
definitely
venue
should
next
come
year?
next. Yeah, we're gonna do because the venue is just so amazing, and we've grown a relationship with the people that run it. And actually, I'm beginning to realize while I don't know if you realize, but they're kind of like a socialist commune, right? That runs that thing. There happens to be crossover in terms of at the end of the day, they're trying to opt out of their of the system over there. Yeah. That is practically what they want to do. They're trying to build their own circular economy. So Monero fits in really well. They recently issued their own money. They're using their own money there, like printed notes that they're backing with physical seeds. And so
interesting.
We spoke with them after the Monerotopia. The guy who runs it actually came up to me. The guy, Paco, the guy who runs the venue, Huerta Roma, he came up to me. He's like, we're doing this money thing. He shows me the money. And he's like, do you think there's anything we could do with Monero? So we're working on trying to maybe back their made-up money with Monero. So Monero seed money. It would be them doing this, not me, not us, right? But we're just giving them the idea of incorporating Monero into it. So that's got me excited about doing the next one there. If we could get that project off the ground, because now you'd have people using paper Monero notes at the vendors at Monerotopia, and then they could swap that with each other for actual Monero.
Okay. So they'd have to cash out at the end in that case with a fistful of notes, or?
Well, no, I mean, people can keep, they're doing this notes thing anyway. Huerta Roma already has this going, right? They already have their monopoly money that they're issuing to the people, and they're using among each other, right? So we're offering, you're like, hey guys, the Monero thing we've been doing, it's actually a better tool for what you're trying to achieve. So at least try to back those made up notes with Monero. So think of it like a gold back, but with Monero in it instead of gold, right? Essentially, right?
Yeah.
You get the idea, obviously. But what's powerful about it is you already have this community that wants to do it. They don't care if it's Monero, whatever, but like they want to already opt out and create a circular economy among each other. So why not get them to essentially use Monero Cash to do it, right?
Nice. I mean, the marketplace was awesome last year when I was there.
Yeah. So I reached out to you. I saw you were working on a new project, which sounds super cool.
Yeah. So I did
tell
actually.
Us all about it, man.
I've only been in crypto for over a decade, and it's taken me till now to try and build something. But where to start? I suppose the seed of the idea came about right at the start of this year with the crazy January pump. So what happened was, to give you the idea, I paid someone here in Portugal, in Monero, a couple of €1,000 worth of Monero right at the start of the year. Monero was probably trading at about 400 and change. And then obviously in the next week or 10 days, it vaulted to double that. So the guy that I paid briefly had that kind of classic, I'm rich, I can spend a load. So he did. But then by the time we got towards the end of the month and it dropped back down to sort of 350-ish, I guess, he was like, yeah, I'm not so rich anymore. So that was the seed of the idea of, well, what if you could create a wallet, a Monero wallet,
Yeah.
where you had the option to lock the dollar value of it. So it's probably not necessarily a product for you or me, because I know you're probably a seasoned Monero guy, and you're quite comfortable with a bit of volatility, right? You love the volatility. In fact, you probably relish the opportunity to buy the dip when it comes, right?
Yeah, but no, I definitely see value in this idea. And even somebody like me, I always saw it as the holy grail, right? Like having, a stable privacy coin, right? That's the value prop there for that. So if you could effectively do that with Monero, I definitely see value in that. And it's a smart way to hedge, especially if it becomes a seamless way of doing it. No KYC involved, kind of click of a button, or it's happening automatically in the background. I think it's smart to be able to, if at the very least, hedge yourself that way.
Yeah, so that's what I set out to do. So I built a wallet, and I've included a few things in it, like I guess we might get on to talking about Waggy swaps, because that's been a bit of a controversial thing recently, right?
Which one?
It's kind of
the Wagyu. Yeah. I know. We've been kind of ignoring it over here, but it's like it's a dynamo of a thing. I would at some point like to get that guy on the show. I think he had reached out to me. I was keeping him a little bit at arm's length in the beginning because I just, I want to make sure I don't promote something that's, going to get people hurt. But I think, I don't know, it seems to be earning its place. It's like any other swap provider, but obviously I want to learn more.
I have a thought on your I thought on your wallet locking thing.
Okay.
Go ahead, Shortwave. You got Shortwave excited over this.
Yes. First of all, I really like this idea. I'm wondering though if there's like an API you can use to lock it to a moving average instead of just a fixed fiat amount. That way they can still have it pretty much locked, but they see that the amount is still increasing, but increasing or decreasing, but only with the moving average. That way it's not like all super volatile all the time, but it still does the changes. Have you looked at using the moving averages?
This is Shortwave's claim to fame in the Monero ecosystem is living off of valuing everything in Monero, and the best way to do that is basically use the moving average.
Yeah, I'm not sure what mechanism you would use to lock it to a moving average, though.
Well, how are you intending on doing this in the first place? Just locking the how you explain to us how you even would achieve this.
So I'm unfortunately, because I've had to join on my phone, I can't screen share because that would be more illustrative probably. But the wallet as it works right now,
is a site we could bring up to look at it or something?
Yeah. So I've only put it on a IPFS server so far. So if you happen to have Brave browser, you can do Nero dollar. So it's NERODOLLA.XMR.
Sure. Can you bring it up on your end? Or
I can't, but there are IPFS gateways if you don't have Brave. Yep. So if you don't have Brave, you can just do a quick DuckDuckGo search for IPFS gateway, and you can bring it up.
Yeah, or I did actually give you the URL via X, didn't I? But yeah.
All right. Well, go ahead and explain it, Justice. If you want to try that in the background to bring it up.
He's on his phone too, though. So.
Oh, he's on his phone. Justice is on his phone. Okay.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Go ahead and tell us about it.
So having built the swaps into the wallet, there's two ways to get XMR into the wallet. You can either just treat it like a normal wallet and make an XMR deposit, or and this is where I thought it would be quite interesting, is people that use stablecoins already can swap the existing stablecoins they've got into Monero and then lock them. So the way it works with the lock is when you say, okay, I want to lock my balance, it brings up a slider which defaults to 20%. So if you leave it on the 20%, what it's going to do is flip 20% of your Monero balance into USDC, send that to the DEX that it's using, which is lighter, lighter.xyz. You familiar with that one?
Yeah, I'm not.
No. Okay. Well,
why that one? Just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why that one? Actually,
what is it? It's an instant swap essentially, or it's not DEX?
No. It's kind of similar to Hyperliquid. So the guy that runs Wagyu swaps is a Hyperliquid maxi, right? So he probably wouldn't be too impressed with the lighter side of it because that's competition. But specifically, why lighter is because there are zero maker fees on it. So if you want to run a market making bot, it's not really feasible on something like Hyperliquid, but it does seem to be somewhat profitable on lighter. So I can flip that 20% of my balance into USDC, send it to lighter, open a short position, and then if I turn the market making bot on in the wallet, it will trade around that short position. Early days, but somewhat profitably so far. I seem to be ticking along on average in about the high 20% APY. So
wait, back up for a second. And this Bawdy would probably be a good person to bring up and question you about.
Yeah.
So basically, in the background, you would have Monero being traded between a stablecoin and Monero to try to maintain that steady value. Is that what you're saying?
So what it would do is when it sends let's just say 20%, you can vary it slightly, but let's say you send 20% of your balance to lighter in the form of USDC, it then opens a short that is equal to the rest of your Monero balance. Okay. So you have no price exposure where Monero is concerned, but you use the funding rate on the DEX to derive effectively an interest rate. So it becomes kind of like an interest-bearing stablecoin.
Oh, wow. Okay. And so you're using like a bot that would be doing this? Like how would
I built a market-making bot. So there's two different ways you can run it. You can run it just as a straightforward hedge. So all that will do is open a short position on the exchange that's exactly equal to your remaining Monero balance on the wallet. Or there's the option to run the bot for a little bit of extra juice in terms of APY, but that's kind of experimental. Well, it's all experimental, obviously, but yeah,
this is crazy. This is wild, bro. It's very interesting. So, what are the risks? What are the odds of it working? What are the risks involved? I mean, obviously, you could just be some short squeeze and then you get.
Yeah, of course. So that's why I did it as a slider. So the higher you go in terms of the percentage that you send to the exchange, the safer you are from what you just described in terms of a short squeeze. So the XMR USD perp that it's running on is a 10x perp. So you're using 10x leverage. So at 20% of your balance, if I do the maths on that correctly, you would have to have a 20% pump to get liquidated. But the wallet does warn you when you start to get thin on margin and invite you to send a bit more to the exchange.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I like it. It's awesome. So now, are people already doing this, right? Not through you're making it user friendly and automated.
Yeah.
But are people already, or have you successfully already done this on your own? Like,
I have the wallet running
Okay.
I have the wallet running on my phone. This is really brand new, so it's only been running for probably less than a week on my phone now. And I mean, if in answer to is anyone else doing it? I mean, people do this.
The concept, right?
In the form of a token. Have you come across Athena on?
I've heard of it.
The token USDE.
Mm-hmm.
So I make the comparison on the website between Athena and Neurodollar, because Athena works in exactly the same way, but it's a tokenized way of doing it. So the idea is that Athena sit on a pile of staked Ethereum. So they make a little bit of staking return on the Ethereum, but in order to make it a dollar stablecoin, they hedge out that Ethereum on I'm not sure which exchange they use, but they do the same thing. They earn the funding rate and then they pay that to the token holders. So what I've tried to create here is a sort of more decentralized way of doing that, I suppose, where you can do it in your own wallet instead of having to rely on a token and third-party custodians and all of that.
I think it's really cool, and it's all built into a wallet that you created, right?
Yes.
So
correct.
And so what functionality does this wallet have? I mean, you're natively holding Monero in it, obviously, right? It holds your private keys, and then it has this functionality, and
correct.
Right. Okay.
It actually derives an Ethereum wallet from the private keys as well, or from the seed phrase.
Okay.
And uses that to send USDC to the exchange.
Awesome, man. Very cool.
Yeah. Well,
I think
that.
I think it's a very cool. I mean, when I said, does anybody do, like, nobody's doing this in Monero yet, right? I haven't seen this functionality anywhere. I think it's.
I don't
think
so. No.
And how did you build it? How'd you build this?
Well,
you vibe coded it. You just
I did vibe code it, which is
awesome,
which I guess the next obvious thing is you're going to say is you vibe coded a wallet, you crazy bastard, right? Because it is a bit in at the deep end, right?
Hey man, I'm open to believing anything. Are we at that stage where like a freaking AI bot can just build you something like this? That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I see you've got the page up, so it's best to scroll down right to the end for my disclaimer on that one, because there is an Android app that you can download, but it's really a test build at the moment. But
okay. You got to start.
My father installed it last night and managed to get up and running with it. So if a guy in his 70s can do it, it can be done. So
cool. So right now you're looking for people to test it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is. If you want to chuck half a coin on there, that's really what you need to do, because there's if you're going to send 20% of your balance to exchange, that's if you put half a coin on there, then you're sending 0.1, and that happens to be the minimum swap that you can do on Wagyu.
Okay.
So.
And then it's kind of blowing my mind, man. I think it's really cool, and it's cool that you were able to just get it off the ground like this. Using AI to code it. Yeah.
I'm probably speaking to you about it a week or two early. Like, I mean, we're really just at proof of concept stage here, I would say.
So what do you want people to do? You want people to reach out to you and and then you can contact them when you're.
Yeah, I mean,
people that want to test it.
Yeah. They can download from that website that you've got up on there now. All right, so it's not down on the bottom right. It is. I have open sourced it all as well, so there's a GitHub up. If you want to click through to that, you can have a look there. Because the other thing I should, for full clarity, disclose that is that because it's just proof of concept right now, there are security considerations that you might want to use. So I don't know if you want to click through to the GitHub and have a look at security.
Let me ask you too. So it's using what is it? Lighter. It's not using Wagyu. It's using, what is it using in the background to do the swaps?
Yeah, it's using Wagyu for the swaps. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
it's using Wagyu. So when you
Yep.
were speaking about that other thing, what did you call it? Lighter? What was the other one?
Lighter is the exchange. So if you go to lighter.xyz, they've only had a Monero perpetual swap running for about a couple of months now. So it's quite new, quite a new thing to be able to do. But I kind of thought if there are going to be people that are going to just speculate on Monero without actually holding it, which of course you or I would never advocate, but if they're going to do that on a perp dex, why not collect some funding from those people that are speculating? Because that's where the effective interest rate comes from on here.
Okay.
And at the moment, the funding rate seems to be stable at about 11%.
Now, is there some business model for you, or do you get a percentage of these trades? How does that work?
I don't think it's going to be a get rich quick scheme for me. No. So
well, it could be. Is it sustainable in that? Is it built that way or no? There's no.
Yeah, it is. So what I've done, the Wagyu API allows you to set a percentage on the key. So I've actually got two API keys running. I've got one for just a vanilla swap. So on the swap tab of the wallet, you can swap anything to Monero well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not taking a fee. There might be a small one where Wagyu are concerned, but I set the API key for that to 0. Where I do take a fee, and if you scroll right to the bottom of the website, I think it's on there, it's explained. But I put a 0.5% fee on the hedge and unhedge. And it seemed logical to put it there because I wanted to disincentivize people swapping in and out too often, because you just get chopped up doing that. So yeah, there's a 0.5% fee on that, which comes to my wallet, but I also have to cover some gas on Ethereum on the unhedged leg. So it would turn a very small profit. That wasn't my motivation in creating this. I would say honestly, I've just started playing around with the whole vibe coding thing, and well, I've actually kind of done it to be a good example for my daughter and her school friends, because
to get them going on vibe coding.
Well, yeah, because
I love that.
You came to Portugal last year, right? So you've not necessarily visited my area of the country, but Portugal is a lovely country, but it's, well, especially my area, it's a bit economically barren. So I have my 16-year-old daughter and her friends are going to be entering the working world soon. And I really do think that they should be embracing the world of AI and vibe coding.
Yeah.
So
no, you got them on the right track for sure. They should at least learn how to use it as a tool, even if it's not something they do in their day to day. But I'm sure it's going to lead to that if you get them. I mean, I was thinking the same, trying to get my daughter going on those things as well. I haven't even tried that yet. But as I'm seeing all these things that are, all these bots that people are making that are vibe coding and using them in their day-to-day lives, everybody's going to have to get on it, or you're going to be left behind. I hate to say it. It's going to force everybody to get involved, but the sooner you do it, the earlier you do it, obviously the greater advantage you have.
So this was my kind of lead by example effort, if I could.
So this is like the first project like that you used AI to develop?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, the first standalone project for sure. Yeah, I mean, my eyes were open to it a couple of months ago, where I had an accident, a copy and paste accident that we've all done in crypto, right? Where you send to the wrong address or send on the wrong chain.
Yeah.
In this case, fuck. So my first sort of light bulb moment with using Claude Code was actually using it to recover funds. but I don't think you'd call that a project in its own right, right?
No, that's the use though. So is that what you use? You use Claude to do it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Tell me more, because I'm just curious. Like, so for somebody, like, if I haven't tried that at all, you know, I talk to the LLMs all the time about like ideas and getting, you know, how to do things, but I've yet to like vibe code something. So for a complete noob like me, and I'm not the most technologically inclined, how does one get it going? Obviously, I would talk to the LLMs, and I'm sure they'd walk me through it. But what is
you could
give me the 101.
Well, I just went for the basic $20 monthly pro subscription on Claude, and then I had a VPS already running, so I just I set an instance of it running on the VPS, so that whenever I wanted to take a break, I could just shut the thing down and instantly go back in and take up where I left off, and I just went from there. Really, it's scarily just like talking to a real person.
Crazy.
But
And then
what I really liked about it was, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the thing that I really like about it is usually if you don't tend to hit roadblocks with it. If you're trying to do something, it'll give you a couple of different angles of attack. So it'll say, you know, you can attack the problem this way or that way. So you very rarely hit a dead end.
Awesome. And then, but how do you actually get it like coding and building?
Sorry.
What in using Claude, like when you built this app, I'm just curious how you actually got it. So obviously you're putting prompts in, and you're basically at getting it to build this app, and then explain more. Like how you actually get it coding and building.
Yeah, there's the interesting starting point was I gave it I said let's start with the Monero source code.
Okay.
Because it's kind of an abandoned project, right? They went in with Cake Wallet.
Mm-hmm.
So it started off from that code base, but actually, like a couple of weeks later, when I came to actually put it on GitHub, I said, well, I need to be intellectually honest here, right? And explain that it's it's essentially a fork of my Monero. But Claude did a code review and went, well, actually, no, there's nothing left of my Monero on there now. It's a standalone project.
Really?
Yeah.
But it took the Monero open source software, and then it built its thing off of that, but to the point where it no longer.
The starting point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Awesome, man. And you have it as open source. You have it on GitHub and whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
so I might vibe code off that, and I'll make my own version using you.
Yeah.
It's wild, man. People are just going to be producing so many things. It's beautiful. I mean, it's a renaissance. It's insane. Yeah. I need to give this a go myself. I have yet to try to build anything on my own using the AIs. Amazing. Any other? So, are you looking to now evolve this over time? I mean, is this going to grow into something bigger? What's your vision with this?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know what the limits are in terms of scalability on this. I'm testing with wallets that have got no more than one XMR in them right now. So,
okay.
I don't know if you started dumping more into that. How well things would perform, whether there would be enough liquidity in the perp decks that it's running on, but we'll see. I mean, I have a few other ideas for making it a little bit more sophisticated, because at the moment, for example, when you send the USDC to the exchange and open the short position, it just does it with a simple, crude market order. So again, if you were a whale and you tried to do that, you could, create quite a big wick on the chart. So building some limit orders in would be handy. Short web server's got an idea as well. Is he? You back in on this one?
Yeah. So I was just thinking about this, and so
Yeah.
you're using your Monero and sending 20% of it to this exchange and opening a short.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so since it's a 10x perp, if the Monero pumps 20%, you end up losing, getting liquidated. So now my
Correct.
question is, what happens in the case that Monero falls? Are you getting a bunch of USDC sent to you, or what?
Yeah, obviously you're going to be accruing USDC on the perp DEX, so you can send that back via Wagyu and buy more Monero with it, right? So if a year from now Monero is trading back to its $150 stablecoin price, which hopefully it won't be, but if it was, in a funny sort of way, it gives you the opportunity to buy the dip.
Gotcha. Okay. This seems kind of interesting. I'm a little bit leery about it being vibe coded, about putting half a Monero into a vibe coded wallet, I'll be honest. Yeah.
I don't blame you. Don't blame me at all. As I said, probably a little bit, maybe a week or two early to actually be on here. But I just messaged Doug yesterday, and this came about just because Doug said, "Well, there's no guest tomorrow if you want to do it, right?" So.
Yeah, but I think it's awesome we're talking about it now. Obviously, proceed at your own risk. I think the bigger story here is we're seeing people generate these apps using AI. People that always wanted to develop, do things, had these ideas, right? But now it's like you don't need a dev. You can get something up and running. I don't know how, what your technical expertise is, but basically anyone, anywhere that's really into Monero that wants to build something and has these ideas can now start doing it. Yes, we got to proceed at your own risk. Things got to be vetted. They have to be checked. That will come with time, right? Now it's open source. It's out there. Other people can scan it, can check it, can fix it, can commit, can contribute to it, right?
You just have to be careful because this is the wrong time to be launching a short Monero wallet.
Right.
Oh boy.
It's the wrong time. You've got a pump in mind, have you?
Oh yeah. I do not see Monero falling from here.
No.
I just don't see it. So this is the wrong time to be launching a short wallet.
Okay. But while we're on the subject of the whole security thing, it might be worthwhile if you can go back to the website and scroll to the bottom and click through to the GitHub page and have a look at the repo.
Okay, wait. I'll try to do that in a sec. Hold on.
Just to speak to shortwaves.
Do two things at once over here. Let me see. Okay. Let's bring it back up. Because then I gotta get these news links up here too. It's boom, boom, boom. All right. Oh shit. Okay. So where's this at?
Yeah. If you scroll right to the bottom of the page, where it says open source GPL3, that'll take you to the GitHub.
Okay. Okay. So what do you want me to open up or look at? Or? Yep.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Well, there's a security.md.
Oh wait, it opened up in a new screen. Hold on, why is it doing that? That's so annoying. Can you guys see it? Yeah, now you can see it. So now tell me, what do you want me to show?
Well, there's security.md. So I've tried in that to cover off the short-term security issues. The biggest of which is, well, there's two big ones. The fact that it's inherited.
I don't know why it's not showing when I click on it. Okay. I'm not sure what that's about. Can you see? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen. Yeah.
Saying error loading page. Interesting. That could just be maybe some kind of GitHub issue right now. I'm not sure.
It goes straight to GitHub on my machine. But, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm there. I'm on the GitHub, but it's when I click on the security.md.
Okay. Well,
Go ahead.
that security MD goes into the trust model that's involved at the moment. And at the moment, spend keys do go via a proxy on my VPS. So that is a security issue, which is why I'm saying don't do it with any more than one half a coin or a coin just to test. That is entirely mitigatable if you feel motivated enough by spinning up your own VPS and running the server yourself.
Awesome.
And then in longer term, I intend to get rid of that as well. So with using WASM signing instead, but that's according to Claude, that will take a little bit of doing.
When did you do this?
When?
Yeah.
Literally the last week or two.
Was it like a fury of like, oh my God, I'm building a Monero app. I feel like that you got me excited wanting to do this myself. Just go down the AI rabbit hole for a week and try to build stuff. It must have been must have been a good time.
Yeah, I would recommend it. It is strangely addictive, and I think you have to just get in and play with it because you start to get better as you go at asking the right question in the prompt to get the information you need, right?
Out of curiosity, have you tried vibe coding with any of the open source LLMs? Because at least one of my big problems in not wanting to touch LLMs is the fact that they're closed source. A lot of them are. So I'm curious if you've ever tried coding with an open source one.
Nope. This is my first foray into it, so I can't say I have.
Well, I don't have any more questions. Do you, Doug?
Okay.
Or did we lose Doug? We might have lost Doug.
Have you lost Doug?
Sorry, no, you didn't lose me. I was trying to bring up the news as I'm talking to you guys over here. I'm vibe coding as we speak. I'm downloading Claude. I'm like, you got me going now. Sorry guys, I gotta go.
I'm gonna create a monster. Yeah.
Just disappear for 2 months.
No Monerotopia for 2 months. Sorry guys.
I mean,
Doug's busy.
The bots are exciting. Are you doing anything else with them? Are they any other part of your life? I mean, I know this isn't a bot. You vibe coded and you built an app, but are you into building the bots and automating parts of your life yet? Trying to do stuff like that?
No, I haven't. Things change so quickly, though, right? I mean, the whole AI thing is still a little bit overwhelming to me, but.
Yeah, I'm seeing people like publish bots like, they got a bot that's out there trading on these futures markets or prediction markets, right? And they're just finding like ways to basically make whatever essentially guaranteed returns by just being the first to launch these bots and acquire this information and arbitrage and just have this thing like auto build. It's insane. It's amazing. And it's not these quants doing it. It's not coming out of like Goldman Sachs. It's coming out of some dude who's just like, let me try to vibe code something over here. That's right. And it's insane. What is that going to lead to? I don't even know. I mean, so everybody's going to it's going to be bots versus bots out there. It's going to be billions of bots. Everybody's going to have bots out there working for them. Bots are going to all be competing. Like who's going to be there's going to be like autonomous. I mean, there already are, right? Autonomous ones that are earning crypto. Like do we have we're going to see our first like autonomous bot billionaire. Like it's going to be insane.
Yeah, then you get into the thought experiment of which crypto would AI choose naturally? Would it be XMR for the privacy?
Yeah. No, yeah. I've been thinking about that for quite some time. Obviously, people are saying, it's got to be something that's like super scalable, right? The super high transaction count or whatever, being able to handle a high transaction count. Obviously, would like the privacy of Monero.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we know what is it currently choosing? I see people talking about it, but it's a
good question. I see
what is the preferred crypto? Yes, we got tipped 0.001 extra. What if the price oscillates too much? Wouldn't he get you wrecked on exchange fees when converting from USDC to XMR and back?
Yeah, so I did touch on the there is some friction from going to one and the other, not least because I put a small fee in there. So I don't advise people to flip to and from the exchange too often. And if you're running a market making bot, if the price starts trending hard in one direction or the other, then there is this thing called impermanent loss. So a market making bot's always going to perform best in a ranging market, right? Ranging market state. But so far, the performance has been pretty good. And it has handled a little bit of, lively price action, shall we say.
And then I guess as you see, if things aren't working out, you would try to kind of change what you're doing, change the algorithm essentially in terms of what you're doing to maintain
and remember, you don't have to play with the market making bot if you don't want to. If you just want to do a plain old vanilla hedged position where you just have a static short position that pays you a funding rate, you can still, in theory, collect just 11% APY, which is it's not terrible compared to money in a bank, is it?
Oh, no. We have another XMR chat. Dude tipped 0.0001 XMR. What does the name of the wallet represent?
The name of the wallet? Well, Nero as in Monero, and dollar, because it's turning it into a dollar position. I dropped the R off the dollar so the feds won't come after me, right? Because I'm not creating a stable coin.
That's going to be the difference when you're when you're in front of the jury. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm not. They're not going to make me the next Roman storm. I didn't try and create a dollar, right?
No thanks. I know that's what I'm saying too with this. This creation of the Monero seed money at Huerta Roma. That's
right.
They're doing that on their own. I'm not. I'm not creating a new dollar.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's crazy. It's crazy. They're stifling creations, right? They're stifling. People are afraid to do things.
Yeah, it's what they call a chilling effect, right?
Exactly.
But I mean, I'd be curious to know your thoughts actually on that, because on the face of it, I feel like I've just created a tool here, right? All it is a tool that enables people to do something with their coins.
Yeah, it's all open source. You have third parties involved, right? Wagyu, and those are, they're the third party providers to this app.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting a percentage of a fee from them, from these exchanges. It's not, but you have them providing the service directly, essentially, to the customers through you. I don't know. I think it's not a stable coin. It's not a coin.
In your estimation, I'm in the clear, am I?
This is not legal advice. This is not financial advice, and this is not legal advice. I can't. Talk to the AI. Talk to the AI attorneys. They'll tell you the same. This is not legal advice. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but honestly, I mean, I don't see. It's all open source.
Yeah.
People are using it anonymously, right? There's no KYC, and they're just using this tool that's allowing them to automatically access these exchanges, which they could already do on their own. I don't really see. I mean, don't hold me to it, but we're in real trouble if that becomes an issue. Unless I'm missing something, like, goddamn, we can't even do that. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. It's crazy times you live in, though, right? When people go to jail for writing software.
Yeah, I mean, even like with XMR Bazaar, right? There's definitely a chilling effect there, right? But it's Craigslist. It's peer-to-peer.
Okay.
People are exchanging peer-to-peer. We're not responsible for their trades. Obviously, our terms of service are you can only buy and sell things that are legal in your jurisdiction. And then obviously we have to, ours is perhaps a little bit different, right? Because yours is completely hands off, right? So We have to administrate the marketplace and do our best to eliminate listings that are clearly illegal, right? But other than
is that a
that,
significant issue, or do you have a lot of listings come up that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like they appear to be blatant attacks on the platform itself. Like, yeah, obviously we don't want that on here. You guys know what this thing's all about, so it's clearly somebody that's like trying to get us in trouble. So yeah, but we've done a pretty good job of keeping that stuff off. And now, we have it where the community can report a listing. So, and everybody using it doesn't want to see the place get taken down. So people report, those type of listings.
Yeah, I was on there earlier today. Actually, I checked out the Wagyu swap listing on there, because he's got a listing on there, hasn't he? And he's got mixed reviews. I think he's only got 3.
Oh yeah. So even that, right? So he's got his listing on there, but that's him just advertising on XMR Bazaar, right? So like I'm not responsible for people using it.
No.
And so tell us more about Wagyu, because I do feel like it's the elephant in the room in terms of trading Monero, and I haven't used it. I don't really know much about it. It looks like it completely blew up. It has a ton of volume.
Yeah.
What do you know about it? Should there be any like trepidation with using it, or it's like using any other instant exchange? Give us the lowdown on it.
I think your instinct to say, I think the tweet I saw from you was kind of a give the guy a chance and keep an open mind on it, right? And so I noticed it come up right at the end of last year. So this guy, Perpetual Cow, he created the XMR1 token as a spot token on Hyperliquid. So it's tokenized Monero. A lot of people gave him some stick for it because it's all on him, right? There's an XMR wallet somewhere that he holds the keys to.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing I find fascinating about it, right, is Hyperliquid is quite a huge exchange by volume, and this XMR1 token was listed on there for maybe about a week, 10 days. It was findable on the Hyperliquid front end. You could just go in there and see it on the list of spot markets. But then, Hyperliquid obviously decided it was not a great fit, so they delisted it. So the only way you could actually find it on their front end was if you deposited some XMR1 onto Hyperliquid and clicked onto the XMR1. That would open up the XMR1 market. And that ran for a few more weeks, and then they obviously thought, this is still not looking great for us, so we'll remove that as well. So you can't even get to the XMR1
I didn't even
market
know that was happening. That's crazy. So that must have had some effect on the market of Monero as well. So when Monero was peaking at that 800 mark, obviously we're talking about the hack, but that's also when it was seamlessly running on Hyperliquid, where people could easily find it at that time. It was.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, it's still running. It's not findable very easily, but if I bring it up
when
now,
did it become difficult to find? When were those phases? You said initially it was being.
I think it lasted. I'm going to say it lasted about a week to 10 days as a sort of easily findable market, and then maybe a few weeks longer.
And that was during the
one way you
Monero
have to
pump?
click on your XMR. Yeah, I would say so. I think the guy was trying to take credit for the pump, saying,
it probably was.
I've unleashed a load of liquidity.
It probably contributed. It definitely helped.
Could be. Yeah, and then interestingly, again, about a week ago, I think there was a $5 wrench attack in the UK, right? Did you hear about that one?
Yeah, or France, I saw one. I don't know if we're talking about the same one, but I did see recently something.
I think this one was in the UK. Someone got taken for about 25 million, something like that. And that did produce a volume spike on the XMR1 market. I think it did about 4.5 million volume on that day. But I mean, I'm looking at the market right now because you can only get to it now through the Wagyu front end. But it's a Saturday, so it should be thin weekend trading, right? But it's done 2.34 million as 24-hour volume. And I think if you went onto the hyperliquid list of spot markets, you're obviously going to have Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe Solana, and some stable coins, and Hype itself, obviously. But the XMR1 market, if it was still there visible, it would probably be about number 4 or 5 on the list by volume. 4, 5, 6, 7. So the fact that you've got a delisted market that you really can't get to, still doing top 10 volume, I find that quite interesting. I mean, maybe this is the kind of flying under the radar on and off ramp that Monero needed.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely needed one. There's a strong demand for an on ramp, a KYC free on ramp off ramp with a lot of liquidity. We've all been waiting for Sarai Dex. That hasn't happened yet. Yep. Obviously, there's other things, but you have the instant exchanges. But this is how does this compare to the instant exchanges in terms of like usability and like liquidity? Yeah,
that's a really good question. I'm a big fan of Trocador. I've used them quite a lot in the past.
Yeah,
and
great.
Trocador themselves, I think it's an awesome service. That their support is,
and ultimately less risk because it's an instant exchange, right? There's just that moment where you're trading your Monero for whatever it may be, so they can't really rug everybody, right? They could steal independently from. But that's not really a good long-term business model. But they can't.
Sorry, are we talking Trocador or Wagyu now?
I'm saying with Trocador, right? There's no Wagyu. There's no Wagyu. There's no rug potential, right? Whereas with Wagyu, because he ultimately holds the keys to this Monero token, he could theoretically. If even by accident, right, there's something that could happen. The key gets compromised. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's a good argument for not leaving any XMR1 on exchange, right? You just use it as an instant swap, get in, get out sort of thing. But I think it's a slightly different problem with Trocador, right? As I say, the Trocador themselves can't fault them, but some of their partners are quite variable in terms of, just pulling a Ninja KYC request. I've had it happen to me before.
Oh, you have?
Okay. Yeah, there was an incident with Fixed Float that I had a few months ago. And that was going from like a stable coin back into Monero or something, or what was the? I was doing some shit coinery. I think
he doesn't even want to talk about it. He's like, I don't even. He's like,
no, I think it was. I think the token I was swapping at the time was Polkadot. I can't remember what I was swapping to, but they froze. Oh man, they froze my tokens.
You're really shit coining.
Yeah. And they froze it and demanded details of where it had come from. And they were asking really what seemed to me really stupid, ignorant questions, because they're a swap service, right? So they mustn't understand when I say, well, the source of those coins was other swap providers via Trocador. And then they come back and said, but this was from a Binance account. And I said, well, yeah, obviously other swap providers use Binance for their liquidity. That Binance account is not my Binance account. They just didn't get it. And I did get my tokens back in the end with the assistance of Trocador. But I probably gave away more privacy than I wanted to get those coins back. So there's still no perfect on and off ramp for Monero in my estimation. They all have their pluses and minuses. But I thought, Cake Wallet already has effectively Trocador built in, right? So might as well do something different and build Wagyu into mine was part of the thinking.
Awesome, man. Well, I think it's awesome. Like I said, I think it's just cool that you're able to you were able to do this and get it off the ground, build something. Obviously, this is early stages. People
Yeah.
proceed at your own risk.
Definitely.
Curious to see what you turn it into, where it goes, what happens with the experiment. I hope it does work out, because I think it's a nice thing to have in Monero land, a way to basically hedge yourself with some stability without relying on a new coin. So very cool, very
But
cool.
I should probably, according to Shortwave, I should mothball it for a year, right? Until, because we're only going up from here. There's no need to hedge.
I mean, I guess the time, I don't know how much further down we go, but for this thing to work, it needs to figure out a way that it works as you go up too, right? Right, where people don't get hurt, but it still makes sense to have. I mean, even if we start to go up, there's going to be volatility as we go, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
For sure. All right,
Well,
man.
thank you so much for having me on, and I wish you all the best for the news report.
Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah,
Stick
you're
around.
you're always welcome to jump on stage here at Monerotopia. Nice. I think this is the first time we ever actually had you on, right? Is it?
Yeah,
Like,
hence my rookie errors with the
yeah.
not being able to get the sound working on my laptop.
Yeah. But keep us posted, man. If you want to jump on at some point in the future, give us updates on what's going on. Please do.
Sweet.
And I'm going to try to go ahead and move along with the news. You're welcome to stay on board if you like. As I run through the news. So you want to do that?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to mute myself and let you take the stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could throw in comments as I go. I'll bring Shortwave. Jump up too, man, if you want to help me out with the news. Always like to have your commentary. I just booted him. Sorry.
Yeah, I was in the backstage. Now I'm here, though.
Well, let me bring Relevant Peter McCormack up. You could hang out here if you feel inclined to chime in. Just unmute your mic and jump in, Relevant Peter McCormack. Otherwise, you don't have to. But yeah, let's go ahead and run the news segment, and I'll try to run through some of these stories.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right. Let me go ahead and bring up the screens. Bada beep, bada boop. Why is it all out of order? Hold on a sec, guys. Here we go. Is this the first one? All right. First story. We have U.S. government acknowledging that mixers are a legit tool. So the U.S. Treasury issued a report, and the claim is that they're legitimizing privacy uses for crypto mixers. The report examines how privacy tools on public blockchains complicate anti-money laundering enforcement as digital asset use for payments expands. And I think that the most relevant quote from the report was, lawful users of digital assets may leverage mixers to enable financial privacy when transacting through public blockchains. For instance, individuals may use mixers to protect sensitive information on personal wealth, business payments, or charitable donations from appearing on a public blockchain. So that's what everybody's getting excited about, that they're basically saying that people are using these tools to protect their privacy.
Lola L33tz wrote a thing about this, and she says, "Hold up." Okay, good.
Yes, I was going to bring that up next, so we could jump to that. Thank you, Shortwave. Yes, so she responded. Right, so everybody's getting excited about it. Oh my God, look, they're legitimizing the use of these essential privacy tools. Lola L33tz's response was, "Oh my God, the Treasury said we can use mixers if we promise we won't do crime. Listen here, you fucking idiots. The very notion of lawful users of digital assets implicates a mechanism to distinguish between lawful and unlawful use. So she's saying it's actually kind of a step in the wrong direction. The report very clearly lays out how this will be distinguished, and it isn't magic wands and fairy dust. Since no one who claims this report is a win for privacy seems to have actually read it, here's some of the recommendation the Treasury actually makes. Finalization of the regulation of mixers under the Patriot Act, as well as the introduction of a sixth special measure under the Patriot Act targeted at non-custodial software. The creation of a subtype of so these are the things that they're saying that they're going to do in response. So they're going to finalization of the regulation of mixers under the Patriot Act. So basically they're going to say that they need to update the Patriot Act because of this, as well as the introduction of a sixth special measure under the Patriot Act targeted at non-custodial software. The creation of a subtype of non-bank financial institution in the Bank Secrecy Act targeted at DeFi services. So saying they want to update the Bank Secrecy Act regulations, and to rescind, modify, or update 2013 and 2019 FinCEN guidance that has been protecting non-custodial software and developers. So she's basically pointing to the fact that they cite these so in response to the fact that people are using these mixers, is that we need to update these regulations, update the Bank Secrecy Act, update the Patriot Act, so that we could deal with these instances of people using non-custodial software. If anything, it's incentivizing that these regulations get updated to deal with these privacy tools. And finally, the report said one of the recommendations was to incentivize the development and integration of digital identity tools aimed at counterfeiting illicit finance. So that in response to this, their recommendation is that there needs to be the development of digital identity tools to essentially prevent the misuse of these things. Nothing, and so Lola ends with nothing, and I mean nothing about this is good for privacy at all. She's always on top of it. This Lola L33tz. She spoke at Monerotopia 2 Monerotopias ago as a remote speaker. Would love to have her jump on a Monerotopia show one of these days, or Monero Talk. But she's always at the forefront of understanding the implications of these types of things. So, yeah, unfortunately, based on what she said, and I can't see reason to disagree with her, it's not really bullish news for privacy tech. Shortwave, what is your response to that?
Well, if I've got to trust anybody, it's going to be Lola. So, yeah, no.
Yeah, she seems to be on top of it. Next story. Update. The DOJ seeks to retry Tornado Cash co-founder Roman Storm on money laundering and sanctions violations charges, proposing an early October retrial date. I don't really know much about this. Shortwave, have you followed this at all? I mean, I don't know why they're doing the retrial.
I haven't followed the story super closely, but they're retrying him on the charges 1 and 3 where they couldn't come up with a verdict of guilty or innocent. It was a hung jury in those cases. But if you think about this, the supposed Trump administration, the crypto president that was going to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world and was going to stop all this lawfare against these developers. Yeah, that seems not be happening.
Yeah. So no surprise. Obviously, Trump did some good thing. He freed Ross, right? That was huge. But he's not really helping those that need help now to prevent them from being affected by additional lawfare and being affected by, this attack on privacy tech. The Samurai Wallet team is in jail right now. They're doing this retrial for Tornado Cash. Roger Ver had to pay a huge fine after already paying his taxes and then being attacked. I don't know what other examples am I missing. Unfortunately, there's other ones as well.
Ian Freeman.
Ian Freeman. Yeah. Ray Nowens, who got arrested at Monerotopia. Forgot that one. That's kind of big, right in our own backyard, guys. They came into Monerotopia, and Ray Youssef is the latest on this list of people that is under attack by the Fed, and they have endless resources. They will.
Has he been charged, or I did see the headline, but nothing more.
That's what happened. I mean, he got taken out of Monerotopia, flown back to the U.S., and wow. It was essentially indicted. And now he has to go to court, or somehow make a deal with them. Do we know
what he's been accused of?
He's essentially being accused of conspiracy to violate the Bank Secrecy Act. Is what it boils down to. These conspiracy charges, like all these other guys, like conspiracy to money launder, conspiracy, anybody who's a conspiracy theorist that thinks that the powers that be are doing evil things, that, are labeled a conspiracy theorist, yet they seem to use conspiracies to label people other things in a very effective way. And put them in jail for their, based on their conspiracies, which is wild, right? Wild. Just
to clarify, they came into the conference and just yoinked him out.
No, my understanding is it happened right outside of it. I wasn't there when it happened. This is what Ray said, and others told me.
Wow.
That it was pretty much right outside in front of me. He had finished giving his talk. And he went to go get something to eat outside of the conference, walked out of the venue, and they basically jumped out of various vehicles and apprehended him and took him away.
Not good.
No bueno. And so, Next story. Let me go ahead and bring up the next one. So we have, why is this coming in? Oh, okay. We have the Swiss government. Switzerland approves in a referendum guaranteeing the permanent use of cash. So that's cool. That's nice to see. The Swiss have always, loved the concept of cash. Nice to see that they're voted in support of it and will protect it. Cash is an important tool. Obviously, we all think that here. We think even better than having a government give us permission to ensure that we could always use cash, rather building a tool that eternally gives us the ability to use cash with or without the state's permission. But nice to see that Switzerland is on the side of cash. 73% of voters backed an initiative to ensure the permanent availability of cash in the country, which cannot be replaced by virtual money. So they don't want to be victims of a CBDC. They don't want to be forced to no longer have cash as a tool in Switzerland. And there's a lot of Monero usage over there, right? I don't know if you guys follow that, but right, we have those supermarkets that were accepting Monero, right?
Yeah, you can spend Monero in Spa in Switzerland, right?
Yes,
that was the
we have them up on XMR Bazaar. I think in XMR Bazaar, if I were to pull that up right now, there'd be a bunch of things from that region as well. So super cool to see that the Swiss are pro cash and pro Monero. Maybe we see a MoneroCon or even a Monerotopia there eventually. Usually Monerotopia stays over here on this side of the pond, but maybe we see a MoneroCon over there. That could be a cool place to do one, especially as the Monero adoption grows. Next story, 1 million Bitcoin robbery targets couple in their 50s in France. So you brought up this other one that you had heard about. I don't know if you heard about this one as well. 3 men posing as police target a couple in their 50s in Versailles, France, forcing them at knife point to transfer about 1 million in BTC. The attackers threatened to stab the woman if the man didn't send the crypto. then fled in a van after the transfer was confirmed. So it's like, you know, they knew these people had the crypto. They knew they had it on them at that time, I guess. Yeah, it's like stealing cash from somebody at that point. So
I think France has got quite a big problem there, right? Because didn't a load of someone leaked it from the tax office and it ended up on the dark web, was the story I heard. So once you tie names and addresses to, you know, crypto declared on tax returns,
well, there was a ledger
starts to become a dangerous country, right?
Was a ledger or the other one also too, right? There was that leak where they knew everybody that like purchased these hardware devices. But yeah, I haven't heard that one. So the actual tax office leaked all the owners
I believe
of crypto?
so.
Oh my,
Yeah, there was the ledger leak, and then there was a tax person. There was like a tax professional or whatever in France who had access to the tax documents, who wanted to get a little money on the side and leaked them.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be something happening here, right, in the U.S. where people should be fighting against having to declare that you hold crypto here, right? Given what's happening around the world, it is a real problem.
If you do a tax declaration and tie your real world, you know, meat space name and address to some holdings, then yeah.
I mean, when you file taxes here in the U.S., you have to at least you have to check a box whether or not you even like have used crypto at all. There's that, and now they're taking it a step further, which is a story that's coming up, where they're adding an additional tax form where I think they like list all the exchanges, and you have to say whether or not you've like used them, like check a box. So it's not like now they're forcing you. They're saying, look. These are all the options. By you not checking that box, you're committing perjury if you're saying you didn't use those exchanges, and when you did, and yeah, it's a problem. Now you have this database where if or when it leaks, they will know anybody that's holding crypto. Obviously, people know I hold crypto, right? There's no secret there. I mean, I lost most of it in a boating accident. Wasn't a boating accident, just lost my key.
Yeah.
Right? You write it on a paper wallet, you can lose a lot of crypto that way, unfortunately. But still, right? I obviously have some crypto. But I think the message needs to get out there that people don't walk around with millions of dollars of it on their smartphone. They have it saved in a way where they can't access it when a gun is put to their head, right? Like, I can't get to my private keys. Sorry, I could send you $100 in Monero, but that's all I have access to. So killing me isn't really going to help. So that messaging needs to get out there, and obviously people need to start doing that as well, right?
Yeah, and there was a related story as well, which broke in the last couple of days regarding Paraguay. It might be coming up, might not. But
no, I don't think I have that one.
They've just decreed a new rule. As I understand it, you have to anything over $5,000 worth.
That, yeah.
Yeah, you did. So that's a similar issue, right? You're going to be if you comply with that decree and declare anything over 5,000 as a Paraguayan resident, you're tying your address again to your stash. So.
Which is a real blow to Paraguay, because Paraguay has been seen as this kind of bastion for crypto right now, right? For other reasons.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I suspect they've been lent on heavily, probably by the EU and the States to stop letting our tax capital get away, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh man, it's a constant battle, guys. Well, they will do their things, and we'll do our things in response. And we have encryption on our side, so ultimately we win. Just don't be fooled into thinking they can win. It takes some balls, it takes some initiative. But if we work together and use encryption, use the power of encryption, the power of crypto, use it the way it's meant to be used, we ultimately do win. But it's not going to be without a fight. Lola Grant tipped 0.001 XMR. Just tried Cake Wallet, and the UI improvements are great. I'd really like a button to combine XMR into fewer coins. Devs, please code it like that. Thanks, and a kiss to the relevant one. I don't know what he means by, and I'd really like a button to combine XMR into fewer coins.
You can do that if you want to by going into your wallet and sending and copy your receive address, and then go into your send, and then hit max and send it all to yourself, and that will combine all of your UTXOs into a single new UTXO.
Oh, that's what it means. Okay, fewer coins. Okay.
Isn't that a feature rather than a bug though? Because once you've done that,
don't you want different.
You're gonna end up having a 20-minute lockout.
Exactly.
Every time you spend something.
You don't do it.
This is why he's the relevant Peter McCormack, right? I mean, this guy knows things.
This isn't something you do very often, but one useful thing for it is to update your block height so that you can not have to restore from as far back the next time you restore your wallet. So instead of restoring back, say, 1 million blocks and having to wait for 1 million blocks to synchronize, you can restore back, say, 50,000 blocks and only have 50,000 blocks to sync.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be an obvious use case, I guess, yeah.
We have another XMR chat. Thank you guys for the XMR chats. Keep them coming. We love using XMR chat here. Great use case for Monero. $100 bills will be available in the US forever, but how much do you want to bet they're not going to issue higher denominations ever to keep up with the inflation? Yeah. So when the 100 becomes the new dollar, we'll effectively there'll be no way to use cash anymore. Let this sink in. $5,000 in hundreds now weighs more than $5,000 worth of gold. That's crazy.
You know, $500,000 worth of Monero weighs very little.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Next story. Let me bring it up. What do we got here? Oh, this is the tax story that we were just talking about. So let's see. So this is from Marty Bent. The IRS just created a new crypto audit form that designates you to make designated to make you incriminate yourself. They're sending a new historical digital asset form that lists 100+ exchanges and self-custody wallets: Coinbase, Binance, Kraken. Wait, let's open up the full tweet here. They're sending a new historical data asset form that lists 100+ exchanges and self-custody wallets such as Coinbase, Binance, Kraken, FTX, Mt. Gox, MetaMask, Ledger, Treasure, and demands you to check yes or no for every single one, then sign it under penalty of perjury. So having to say whether or not you've used any of those wallets or exchanges. This isn't within the last year, I guess. This isn't a tax form. It's a mapping exercise. They don't just want to know what you traded last year. They want a complete picture of everywhere your crypto has ever touched going back years. The catch, there's no right way to fill it out. Forget a platform you used once in 2017. That's perjury. Disclose everything. You just gave them a roadmap of new lines of inquiry. Don't respond, they'll issue a summons. This is coming alongside Form 1099-DA, which means exchanges are now reporting directly to the IRS. They are cross-referencing what they already know with what you tell them and looking for gaps. If you get this form, do not fill it out without a tax attorney. This is exactly the kind of overreach that pushes people towards self-custody and privacy-preserving tools like Bitcoin. Wait, what? Was that an error there? No, I guess this is coming from the Bitcoin maxis. So yeah, use privacy-preserving tools like Bitcoin, guys.
Yeah, that sounds like a typo where he meant to put Monero and accidentally.
I mean, come on, that honestly doesn't even make sense. The government doesn't send forms like this to help you; they send them to build a case. That's hilarious. These maxis are delusional. I mean, they're right on the fact that this is an attack. But yeah, if anything, this should be an eye opener to not use Bitcoin, but to use Monero. And don't use these centralized exchanges. If you are, realize that you're going to have to declare these things. And then otherwise, use Monero, use a peer-to-peer. Don't use KYC exchanges unless you're ready to declare all these things. And obviously you have to declare them anyway, even if you do use them. So talk to your attorney about that. I mean, what's your attorney going to say, right? Like, I don't even see what is the way out. What is the way out? So there's some loophole here where you don't have to fill out the form. You know, I mean, yeah, herding the tax cattle, as Relevant Peter McCormack says. They continue to herd everyone. I think that's actually the last bit of news I had for this week. Let me see. Did I miss anything? Yeah, guys. Any major stories I should be talking about that I didn't bring up? Obviously, you have everything that's going on in Iran. We talked about a little bit in the price report. I saw rumors that Netanyahu has been killed. I don't know if you guys have been following that. I haven't checked in the last hour or so I don't know what the latest is with that. If that was just complete BS, or has he actually not been out in public recently? I saw there was some video that he issued that was quite bizarre. People are saying it was AI generated. But yeah, I would say that's a kind of the big non-crypto related story that's going on. Obviously, is everything that's happening in Iran. Anything else I'm missing, guys?
Not that I'm aware of.
Crazy times, highly entertaining. The Matrix is feeling more and more real just because of the absurdities we're seeing, right? We can leave it at that. We'll leave it at that for the news, and we could go ahead and run viewers on stage. Get some people up here.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using your privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
All right, Alaska, what's going on, man?
I missed you guys.
Yeah,
We missed you too, Alaska. We missed you too.
I miss you guys in person. You know, to go from that back to having to all be in our trenches.
You never realize how much you value the opportunity to be with your
it's
people.
Good times. Good times.
Right. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to make that a more permanent thing.
I'm kind of spoiled. I have like a Monero person at my house like every other week from out of the free independent monarchy of Alaska.
Yeah, you built your own Monerotopia node, right? You're like you are a living 24/7 Monerotopia.
I won't snitch on them, but I've got another one coming here in a couple of days. So it's just a revolving door, bro. That's what I do.
I will make it there at some point.
I'm sure Peter McCormack is coming any day now, right? You heading over here? Maybe wait until it's like above zero, but come on up. Alaska Non will host you. Feel free.
Which Peter are we talking about here? The real one or
the relevant one? Naturally.
The relevant one. Okay. Yeah. Well, actually, medically speaking, I am actually allergic to the cold. So we do have to be a little bit careful about going to places like Alaska, but otherwise, I'd love to.
Well, there's a solid 5 or 6 months where you don't. I mean, it's actually quite warm in most of the state during a big chunk of it. So, yeah, but come on up anytime. Ask anybody. Come on up. We'll feed you.
I mean, a midnight Monerotopia market at some point in Alaska. You know, doing a Monerotopia at some point in the summer for the when it's daylight out.
What, 24-hour daylight? If you go far enough north, right? Or not?
I mean, even if you're like in the southeast of Alaska, it's still effectively 24 hours for about. I mean, even when it's like night, there's so much ambient light that it's pretty much daytime. But where I live, you know, there's like at least 3 or 4 weeks where it is constantly bright out. So
Are there any like big summer festivals that
oh
take
yeah,
advantage of that?
there's a lot of them. There's a lot. And my favorite part about it is they're all small and they're all niche, even though there's a bunch of them. And like a lot of them are having, you know, a few miles apart from one another, which people don't realize. Like a few miles in Alaska is like next door, because it's this insanely vast location where, you know, when people say I'm going to town, they're talking about like a 75, 80 mile drive minimum, you know, like, because, but sometimes they're talking about like a full day trip. Like they're going to drive for 16 hours to go get groceries that they can't get in the community. So like only being a mile or two apart from another event is like really, really close. And there will be one where it's like these people are all into like fishing, and then you go a little ways down and it's like an EDM concert, and then you go a little ways down and it's like a bunch of granolas talking about the health benefits of sticking beans in your rear or whatever. This is like it's every kind of person you could possibly think of all at the same time.
That's why
just having,
if we ever were to do a Monerotopia there, what would make the most sense would be to like team up with one of these existing festivals, right? Do it that way.
They'd be all about it, you know, because it's for people in this state. The big thing is for one, everybody's cramming, right? So if you're into like what are those called, farm sale, where everybody like comes together and sells their stuff.
We need it. We need a Monero stand at every like state fair. I know you have state fairs, whatever. People, you know, would rather do something that unassociated with the government, perhaps. But when you have those huge events of, like you said, all the farmers going, the people that already are kind of like living the peer-to-peer life, that could be a great opportunity to tap into that. I know we always talk about like tapping into local markets.
My wife to the state fair, and there was a crypto booth.
Really?
And, yeah.
Alaska State Fair must be epic. Oh my God.
Yeah,
what is that?
What is that? Pretty cool. I've gone for all of maybe an hour total for all of the time I've been here, because I mean, you know enough about my life. Like the middle of summer is not when I take my foot off the gas, right? Like it is, you work until you're dying, and then you black out wherever you are until you get up again and you start working, because you have like this tiny window to do as much as you possibly can. But the thing is she went there and she got me like all of these different like fake gold, and they weren't like pretending that it was actual metals or whatever, but you know, like a Dogecoin ounce of fake gold and an Ethereum ounce of fake gold and all of this other stuff. And this guy, my wife ended up onboarding him into Monero because it was one of the things that he did not have. And the hilarious thing about it is I know tons and tons of people that their only experience with crypto is Monero, and they couldn't even tell you what ETH is. Like they barely know what Bitcoin is. They just know that Monero is private internet money. It's pretty wild. But the thing is if you have a state this big and it's only a few million people, every event is looking to just pile in as many things into their event as they can. It's never like this hyper focused lane of whatever. And then if you do it kind of in the springtime, everybody's got cabin fever, so they're like super social, even though most of them came up here to be a hermit. So they're open-minded to talk for hours about whatever. And it could be any of the most cartoonishly clown-pilled thing you could imagine, and they're still just all about it.
Awesome. Actually, let me bring Justice up. Justice, I'm going to bring you up just in case maybe you want to participate in Viewers on Stage. Justice is helping us in the background with running the show. Very thankful that he reached out.
Well, see, that's the cool thing about being part of the backstage, is that Justice has the exorbitant privilege of being able to bring himself up if he wants.
Yes, I brought him up just in case, just to encourage him. I'm encouraging him to participate. No need, no worries if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, dude. I was just thinking about like having, I don't know, like a farmer's market, but with Monero at like different events that people have going on in their individual states.
Yes, exactly.
I know where.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe we tap into existing ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just get Monero stands at these events, whether it's a reoccurring farmers market in your neighborhood or whatever, or something larger. Get this going to the state fair and having a Monero stand presence there, trying to get people to start using it, or at least make them aware of it. Make them aware of XMR Bazaar, right? These are all vendors selling things. Teach them about the way that that they can now sell things online, peer to peer with cash, right? Without using credit cards, losing the credit card fees, without losing to platform fees. Keep all the profits. Nobody knows their sales, right? People like that. People appreciate that. The types of people that attend these things are the types of people that appreciate being able to use cash.
I would be down to like push my wife to do the Monero.Town thing at all of these and offer to on
Poor
and off
girl.
with people. But the thing is like I would want somebody to put together like quality marketing material. I'll pay to have them printed and stuff. I'll do all of that, but I've done it before. But like you compare what I've produced to like what Ulysses can do in 14 minutes, it's not even close to the same. And yeah, I would be actually, what would be really cool is to have Ulysses go with her, and like he does the rounds, and then she just runs around in a costume and tells people how great Monero is or whatever. But I don't. It's hard to convince you either. Would it be, Healy?
No, I'm already like, okay, when am I going up to Alaska for the state fair?
Farmers markets, state fairs. I trust you're driving more too, so maybe you could be the chauffeur. She's
I love
not
this idea,
bad
yeah.
for a Korean woman, but she is still a Korean woman, right? Like it's we'll have you.
Oh man,
So
Ulysses, what's going on, man? Ulysses, how's it going?
Oh man, I'm still down in Mexico. I never left. I'm off in my little mountain town, enjoying the weather, tinkering around, working on some interesting projects and things like that. But no, I really do like this idea of proselytizing, spreading the good word about Monero at kind of events like state fairs and things like that. It's interesting.
We could do something cool too. Like we'll just make a wallet, like the Yuli wallet, and then everybody in the community just send like, 0.1 Monero to this wallet, and then it becomes his onboarding wallet where it's like, ask me about free Monero or whatever. And then it's, runs them through the whole thing. I could set up like Starlink and a Nodo,
Yeah. I mean, we could have people doing it all over the country, right? Have a little like package for them. Like, here's your, attend your state fair package, right? Do kunos, raise money to buy a stand. I mean, it can't be much. It's probably just more of a application process to get a stand at a state fair. Especially if you're not selling anything, right? You're just
I
for
deliver
informational
everything
purposes.
to these people. Like I would get a free, like almost.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could just show up to a state fair and you can figure out how to set up a Monero stand, and then just go around and talk to all the vendors. Onboard
in
them.
Alaska, like all of the people at those farmers markets, they all already know my wife. Like they,
Awesome.
Every single one of them has either like been rescued by her, or, she handles something that they do. Like so they would already kind of know who she is.
These things take work, but there's a lot of people looking to help grow Monero, so it certainly can be done. Just got to do it, guys. Just got to do it. Do it.
I think she's calling me out right now.
And then
Yeah,
Ulysses, we've been talking about the Monero seed money thing, right? That's getting exciting, right?
oh yes, yes it is. It's been that's yeah. I don't know how much you want to talk about it, but yeah, it's definitely. I think if we get this working, this would be a really good thing for people to also do at their, at state fairs or wherever, and just start, using it as like the seed money, right? Like, oh, we're going to plant this idea in all these people's heads all over the place. I think,
Exactly.
yeah, if we can make some very cool looking little prototypes, yeah, I think this could grab a lot of people's imaginations and excite a lot of people.
Awesome.
I know for myself, it's like just doing the layouts for some of the designs and all that. It's like, how would I want to make my own, note or something like that? And it's just like, oh, I'd love to fill it with just complete stuff that you would never see a central bank put on a note or anything like that. Like, and the Fed, it's. I've been getting into all the kind of little tiny details that goes into like design for these sort of things, and there's always kind of like the anti-counterfeiting things and like tiny little details that you can put into these designs. And so often, there's very tiny text that's like, you need like like a magnifying glass to read and all that, and it's usually like Euro or United States Federal Treasury, blah blah blah, or whatever. But it'd be funny to put in stuff like and the Fed.
Yeah. The
So,
opposite stuff.
Exactly.
The opposite messaging.
Exactly. I think that would be, part of me finds that idea hilarious.
Yeah, opt out. Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
Incorporating all of that as
right into the node itself, learning about Monero, understanding Monero via the node itself, right? When they link to the page to verify if the Monero's on it, they'll be learning about, easily learning about Monero in that instance. Like what even is this Monero thing that's backing this?
There's like little hidden Austrian economics quotes in there and everything.
Awesome. Yeah, I knew you would love this. I knew. Yeah, you got very excited about it when we were all sitting there with Alaska and everybody talking to these guys. I saw you. You're obviously very excited about the concept of being able to design these things, and then we got to talk to Huerta. But I think we can convince. They're already doing this version, their own version. So it's just like, here, maybe you want to use this one too. It's not ours. It's not. They're the ones adopting it. They're the ones doing this. We're just providing some ideas on how they might want to improve it.
I don't know if you know this, but a little history on Yuli. The very first conversation I ever had with Yuli was his desire to do exactly this. He has been talking about how he wants to use his art and creative skills to in fact, it was probably our second conversation when he brought it up, which was the very next one. And I had mentioned using Alaskan gold and minting it locally and looking, he was like, it would be so fun to like do the designs for the coins. And then he kept asking like, how could you peg the price of precious metals to, he's been talking about this for years. So to the fact that it fell right into his lap to help do this, I think is an act of God.
Yeah, no, I know. Even recently talking about I don't want to talk about it. I don't know if you were saying about coins and like designing different things. Yeah, this is the perfect project. Perfect project for it. Sidorenko tip 2.001. I'd love to go to getmonero.org/resources and be able to pay an AI to explain XMR to me in a simple way. Yeah. I mean, I think you could even do it without paying an AI at this point. The AI will just do it for you.
Speaking of Monero, money.
It would be good to have good Monero chatbots that you could talk to that are specialists in Monero.
For those of you who don't know, there's all kinds of like Chipotle is a big one right now, where all of these people who are paying to have their own like helper bot AI agents, and they don't have any like filters or restrictions on them. You can have pretty much unlimited tokens on really high quality models, and you can ask it to like vibe code for you and stuff, all for free. You know, like the little pop-up window, like, "Hi, I'm Janet. How can I help you today?" And it's like actually Claude in the background.
Oh,
So,
nice.
yeah, so people are just like burning infinite tokens and, you know, using it to like write software and all that other stuff. But the best part is it's totally KYC free. You're not using your own money. You're not, you know, and the thing is now you have people in this catch-22 where they can either like put all of this money into only talk about Chipotle or so like basically rendering the bot like a huge waste of money, or they have to just leave it wide open for any script kiddie developer to just vibe code with their chat bots.
How amazing would that be if like Gen Alpha all of a sudden has like fond memories of like hacking shit with like Chipotle chatbots? That's hilarious. I love that.
Oh, it's only gonna get crazier too, because the thing is like, remember, they're building it into the point of sale services too, and those are QR code scanners, and so like you can build in like any weakness in a browser that can be exploited. You could then use that QR code to do all kinds of stuff. Like you could use a point of sale system at Chipotle to like store files and stuff, and then access them later. Like there's going to be such a gap in people who are like familiar with these technologies versus these ridiculous suits that just like, oh, this is what's hot right now, let's put it in whatever crap we're running with.
What a wonderful world we live in. People using Chipotle chatbots to hack shit. That's amazing. I love it.
Crazy.
That costs them.
Who's that? We have I
Then
think it's Comrade. You're a little quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, turn up your volume, fix your volume.
Sure.
Yeah, I've been thinking about how we could add a chatbot to XMR Bazaar. I know we've talked about that for a while. That's on the to-do list, something we could do there to teach people when they come to XMR Bazaar to talk to it so they can learn things, but then also have it where it's basically helping to automate purchases, right? You're like, hey, I'm looking to purchase one of these things. And then it helps you kind of get to the process where you're literally just sending the Monero, right? There's definitely things we could do there. Obviously,
where it really is valuable is to try to sniff out illegal activity, or, I mean, let's be honest, Fed posts, because that's all it ever is just Fed posts. It's never anything actually like real.
I know, it's like so obvious. It's like, yes, no, we don't want that on this marketplace. I'm pretty sure you knew that. It's like, oh,
report button. Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah, report the Fed. We should just call report the Fed. Report the Fed post.
The glowy button. Yeah, it's just like the only green button on there. It's just the glowy button. Like,
I mean, no, there are some gray area things that where you can tell these are real people. That I was like, dude, no, please, no. But definitely some of them, it's like, yeah, whether it's a Fed, or just somebody who's intentionally trying to harm the community and the platform, it's very clearly there's a lot. Guys, let me step back over here. I gotta help out with Penelope for a second. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
All right.
Blend, did you ring up your volume? We want to hear from the CEO.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. I'm just juggling a bunch of tabs right now.
It's a lot better, but just a little tiny bit more up would be amazing, just so you know. So I thought it would be kind of cool to point out, though, and I just started reading a lot of this stuff last night. I've been meaning to get into the Genius Act documentation for a while. But the thing is I was just reading last night how the stable coin is now morphing into everything that the Monero community was warning about since the very beginning. And as far as I can see, they're even like building in a 2-tier stable coin environment where there's certain approved stable coins that are like members only, and you have to be like insured by the Fed. And then you have to be part of the banking cartel, and they're allowed to collect interest. And then there's a separate tier of stable coin where it's all KYC, and then people from within the club are allowed to like burn or censor or freeze transactions. It is all of the Orwellian nightmare that you could possibly imagine. But it appears that they have gotten so lazy at their theft and shenanigans that instead of having to at least do something slightly remotely productive with allocation of capital, if you're in the club, you're guaranteed interest. And they have now built into the regulations that stable coins are not allowed to be interest-bearing assets. So basically, if you're one of the poors, you are never allowed to participate in the compound interest market. And they have a live feed of how much capital gains tax you have to pay. And they'll even be able to dial it in by the individual to make sure that you stay poor forever. Meanwhile, if you're in the club, you're just guaranteed interest. And it robs its purchasing power from the pool of poors just automatically. So the 2-tier justice system has now gotten so blatant and overt inside of the new stablecoin regulations. And to see all of these maxis who have just drank the Kool-Aid, like, yay, stablecoins now have a legal framework. And it's like, it's like the legal framework is exactly what they claimed they were trying to get away from since 0-day Bitcoin white paper. And now it's just like the actual regulation.
That's pretty disheartening, but not completely unexpected. Like, what else are you going to expect them to do with something like that? I'm definitely not going to let the tech out there help people.
The headline I saw from a week or two ago was around the incumbent banks actually freaking out and lobbying quite hard to do away with stablecoin yield because they feared a bank run, right?
Yeah, that was the compromise. And the Genius Act is like, okay, well, the poors can't have a yield, but you guys can still get a yield because of course, right? Like of course that's what it is. And I don't know if anybody's been following the work of Swoops, probably the most unbelievably entertaining human being who ever lived. It just total wild man, but if you can weed through the crazy, he's also a very intelligent person and absolutely one of the most interesting people to listen to. But he had been saying forever, like now everybody's saying it like in the space, but he had been saying for like a very, very long time now that Monero was the obvious choice for AI agents. And this is before AI agents were even something that people like talked about. And his whole, chain of proofs has now been like triple reinforced by what's being discussed here. Because if you are an AI agent and you have your choice between operating in the stablecoin ecosystem where you are explicitly banned from having any kind of functional yield on anything, or you can use Monero, and Monero generates its own yield by just, the appreciation of purchasing power. But on top of that, you've got like Mr. Relevant Peter McCormack's idea of basically generating yield on shorts if it does go down. Well, what would an AI agent prefer to use? Of course, they're going to use Monero. And so the case of AI agents using Monero is getting stronger by the day. And so if you believe in the AI everything, then Monero becomes the logical choice. If you believe AI is a bubble, Monero becomes the logical choice. So this is one of the first times where you have this really reinforcing floor of, so long as agents and computation are going to exist, Monero has a place in that ecosystem. And how do you prosecute an AI agent for holding Monero?
Yeah, and what jurisdiction do you prosecute in as well, right? That's the other interesting question.
And now the other thing is like, how long will people even care about prosecution? Because like the never-ending corporate, the corporatocracy's like bottomless appetite for greed, it's getting to the point where, and it could just be like social media bubbles because of the kind of accounts and activities I would be involved in. So I'm sure there's like a bias in my own field or in my own feed. But the thing is like, people clearly just don't even care to comply anymore. There's no advantage to it. Like one of the old advantages was, oh, if you want to borrow money, you have to provide tax returns. Well, if you can't generate a yield on even filing those tax returns, there goes that. But the other thing is there are more and more people chasing yield outside of the system. So as these micro investing platforms become more popular, and as Monero becomes more and more of an acceptable use case for that, so you have Monero generating yield as an investment, you have Monero generating yield as a short, you have Monero generating yield just by going long on it, and then on top of that, the very nature of our investment economy, like if you want to borrow from the people closest to the money printer, well, that is degrading down into basically obscurity because there's no financial incentive anymore. And I remember when Sam Hyde was like making jokes but also serious about the concept of debt maxing, and I've brought it up here on the show a few times because of whatever casual conversation was going on the viewers on stage segment. But now it's becoming, especially for Gen Z, like debt maxing is kind of the only option.
It's kind of crazy that that's become the only option, really. I mean, like, why not take advantage of that system that's designed to be debt powered?
Well, and this is not, anybody who builds this ecosystem might want to keep their name out of it. But the thing is I see a situation where multi-sig wallets are going to take money that was extracted from the system via debt maxing and then on-ramping into crypto and making basically debt-powered Monero financing pools. And then by having put your debt-based gains into this pool, then that very same multi-sig wallet becomes its own investment vehicle. And as soon as that happens, how are they going to put the chains on Gen Z or Gen Alpha? Like there are very few people, and they're all incredibly brilliant people, but there are very few people like under the age of 25 who have any kind of hope participating in this system anyway. So why not have a bunch of people debt max as soon as they have any credit worthiness, put all of it into a multi-sig contract with crypto, and then just ride out the bankruptcy while you live entirely in the parallel economy?
That would be an interesting experience for people to figure out how to kind of like trailblaze that and actually make that reality.
This is one of the reasons why I think Monerotopia is going to be huge, because if anyone wants to even have any chance of getting on the property ladder, it's going to be through like a gray market area means, you know. And I think that actually also has a lot to do with why the whole like let it rot ethos that you have in East Asia and, you know, the western parts of China. I think that's the reason why let it rot is just exploding right now. And the target audience just becomes younger and younger and younger. They're not stupid. They understand that they've been totally screwed. Honestly, Blinn would be the perfect person to even like, I mean, who's been more screwed by the powers that be than Blinn? I would love to hear his opinion on these things.
What's up?
So I don't know if you know what let it rot is, but basically like an ever younger body of individuals acknowledging that they've been totally screwed out of the existing financial system, and, you know, boomers just like robbed you of your future. I was wondering like what kind of perspective people in your age bracket have on alternative economics, like, for example, a multi-sig financial pool where basically you debt max, like borrow $9,000, $10,000, $12,000, put it all into crypto, use Monero to like enter these little slush funds, and then like basically just assuming that you're never gonna get a spot on the, well, maybe not you specifically, but everybody else.
Yeah, so basically how I see in my own age group is that people realize that they are never going to have homes. Like even myself, actually it was in plan for me to buy a flat last year in December. Then I realized that the flat price is basically doubled in price over 3 years in Hungary, so that wasn't happening. I'm not buying a place for that much, for the reason that if I have to go, I don't want that much illiquidity. Myself, I'm in a bit luckier place, I guess, because I do have work and I do get paid for it, but most of my generation is in a dilemma that they are not as of age to work, but they still get poked because of that, because, oh, Gen Z doesn't work. Well, they try to, but they cannot get work because of their age. I had this problem for a very long time. I just couldn't get hired because I wasn't, I don't know, 16, 17 yet. So they definitely realized that, okay, we are fucked.
And from when coming from that kind of position, like what kind of decisions are people in that age category? What are they planning to do differently? You know, because I mean, all there is to do is just opt out of the system and join, you know, the crypto economy.
I don't think that most of them really plan at this point yet. The ones that do definitely do realize that something needs to change, and they do try to change. For example, I do know a few people in my age group that started using Monero and are buying Monero, but I wouldn't say it's a huge amount of people. 3, 4 maybe.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is like in that age bracket, like how do you even buy into the economy? You know, and that's why I think the debt maxing thing is going to explode the minute that these banking cartels are like, okay, we need fresh blood so we can rob and steal our way to the next yacht, right? Like they're going to be like, okay, well, let's borrow tens of thousands of dollars to Gen Z, and it would be really cool if all of those people just debt maxed to the gills and then created their own like multi-sig credit unions amongst each other and just like opted out as hard as they possibly could.
Usually, how people buy is either peer-to-peer, like with their cash, I don't know, they earned on birthdays or something, or just a sec, sorry.
See, what's really beautiful is the fact that purchasing power, when you save in Monero.
I mean, it must be daunting thinking about like how can the parallel economy provide somebody the ability to say buy a flat, buy an apartment, buy a house, or something like that. Like I'm still trying to figure that out for myself. Like, how the hell do I do this purely through crypto? Is there a way to do that purely through crypto?
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I was just making sure because my browser had quit and failed, and so I wasn't certain if things were working or not.
You were saying about saving in Monero, though. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say I'm going to have to run. So it's been a nice chat, but yeah, I'm going to have to go and get some dinner.
All right,
so
have a good one.
Yeah,
appreciate you jumping up today.
Yeah,
you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah,
Lord willing, we'll see you next Saturday, right, Mr. Relevant Peter McCormack?
Maybe. All right, have a good one, guys.
God
Ciao.
bless.
Nice one.
Bye.
Have a good dinner.
So Yuli, you were asking if like how people buy houses with crypto?
Yeah.
In my opinion, as I see it, it's really a niche market for now. There isn't really an escrow service for people buying with crypto than the escrow paying fiat to the owner. It's really dependent on if the owner is willing to accept crypto at this moment right now, as I see it. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, yeah, I don't see any easy or obvious route to that. Like, it seems like that's a bit of a pipe dream currently, where she's like, oh, it'd be nice if I could actually do that. It's great. I can buy lots of stuff with crypto. I can, travel with crypto.
And the thing is, it would be easy to make a service that takes X percentage as an escrow and just pays the owner in fiat. But the problem is the amount of compliance issues a business like this could face is just not worth going into with the current uncertainty of crypto laws.
Yeah, we'll need to wait for the government to fail a little bit more before something like that would become easily possible.
Yep.
So by my calculations...
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you at all, Shortwave. I don't know, maybe something on my computer. But if somebody could translate for me.
I could hear you, though.
Okay, that's weird. I wonder why he can't hear me, but you guys can. That's very strange.
You're being shadow banned, naturally.
Probably. They probably don't like me talking about Monero.
So by my calculations, if you had 45 people debt max at $9,000, you could buy a $400,000 house with one of those people. And then that could give a yield of $35.50 a month. And keep in mind, you paid nothing. You just you borrow the money, you discharge the debt. You were never going to be able to use it or pay it off anyway. Then you work in the parallel economy, and then you just
yes,
get...
but
yeah.
The thing is, you cannot pay it off. So let's say you get 5K.
The plan is never to pay it off. The plan is to just borrow the money and go bankrupt.
Yeah, but at that point, why would I want to buy a house to lease it out? I will buy a house to just use it.
Well, the idea being that one guy gets a house.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's and you know it, but it's and that's. I mean, is it like a wonderful future? No, but the thing is like, you know, and with the multi-sig wallet, you know, that one guy could, you know, make effectively a headless corporation, and then it just becomes property of that corporation. And then like token holders are like people who own the corporation. And in order to occupy the space, you have to pay the dividend or so. But the thing is, I mean, it's basically which of these options is the least horrible is like the best I can see for where anybody, honestly, sub 30 at this point, like any hope that they might have.
Yeah, AI definitely took a bunch of jobs, but I think it can help get a bunch of jobs if people just learn a bit from AI and use it as a tool rather than something that they replace themselves with in full. Because of course I do not want to rip myself off a job. That's dumb.
I mean, the best option we have as far as like just free humanity is going to be to claw away as much as we possibly can of these tools from the very same people who use them to oppress everybody else, and try to build your own ecosystem that does not partake in that world. And that would include clawing away AI tools, that would include clawing away automation, you know. But it's we're running out of time for people to give a shit, is the God's honest truth. Like if people don't start caring about this basically yesterday, it's over. So I mean, what it's like, you can stick your hand in the fire, or you can wait for the fire to burn you alive, is kind of the way that I look at it.
Agree.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're just saying to hell with it. Just take out as much credit as you possibly can, put it into Monero, be like, oh, well, it's gone now, and then default on it. Default in the fiat system and keep the Monero.
All right, so how do we create like a campaign for Gen Alpha to understand the like, yeah, let's.
Well, the first step is people gotta have kids. Like if people don't have kids, like it's all, you know. But then beyond that, like it's best to try to find, you know, some of the better learners amongst the crowd and create examples that others can like latch onto to build a community. Because you have to kind of reverse engineer how this destruction came upon us, and you know, walk it backwards. You know, like you have to heal the divide between men and women, you have to heal the divide between neighbors, you have to like, this is so, I mean, it's like Ray was saying, this is so much more like a spiritual, ethical, philosophical problem than all of the rest of it. There's been technical solutions for literally everything that people talk about as like the crisis. That's not the problem. It's the ethics of the participants that are the problem. You know, it's like if you don't address the fact that people don't even work together or trust each other without dollars being involved, well, dollar will always be on one side of the trade. If the only way that you and I are going to build anything together is if somebody's getting paid and somebody gets stuff, well, you've now put dollars in the middle of every transaction that we do. Now, you can still use economics and put Monero in the middle of the transaction, but then all you've done is move it over one space. Because, you know, as I think there's this one guy that's been on Monerotopia before talking about denominating things in Monero. I don't know. Maybe he'll pop on the stream one of these days. But
wonder who that could have been.
Yes. But like, if you don't attack the problem of how these things are denominated, you still have the same problem. You know, it's so if you don't start at the community level, this is all pointless. And the thing is how many people pegged all of their hopes to stable coins, and it's in the news this week and last week that like stable coins became a Trojan horse for making the problem 3, 4, 5 times worse than it was just a few months ago.
Because nobody could have ever predicted that would happen.
Not anyone, you know, nobody. If only we had seen this coming, we could have just focused on a circular economy the whole time. But the problem is like, I mean, it's a huge chunk of this is like the 60-70% of Bitcoin maxis that all they cared about was Lambo now number go up. They did not do anything to try to make a Bitcoin circular economy. You know, they didn't reduce transaction fees. They didn't put more data in a block. They didn't do any of these things that so many of us were fighting tooth and nail for back in my day, right? Like, and now here we are, where because they didn't want to participate in an economy, they didn't want to do anything circular economy, they just wanted a private jet. Well, now those golden handcuffs will eventually cut their hands off. Yuli has the coolest icon ever.
See, that's why the Monero community is so fantastic, is because so many of us are just like, fuck the price. We don't care about it. We want to actually use this thing as money.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's funny running into the occasional kind of like Bitcoiner, especially if they still have that bit of like cypherpunk spark alive in them. There's so many of them that I met where it's just literally like you say, it's just Moon Boys number go up, you know, hodl forever, and you know, what is it, hyper Bitcoinization or whatever. Like, we're waiting for that thing, then I'll be able to buy a Lambo for my Lambo type of attitude. And it's just like, come on, like you had that cypherpunk, you know, spark, and that's where this stuff came from, right? And just kind of ignoring the idea of the circular economy and like actually using it as a, what was it, like peer-to-peer electronic cash? Yeah, that's it's crazy if you put it to maxis that don't understand that.
I think the problem with don't spend your crypto is not I think the biggest problem that nobody sees is that you spend your crypto and then you immediately replace it. As I said before, the person who spent 10,000 Bitcoin on a pizza, it wasn't a bad purchase. It would have only been a bad purchase if that person, Laszlo Haniaj, didn't buy 10,000 more Bitcoin to replace it.
So I've been running. So right now the meme that I'm working on is cricket paste. So for example, like whenever I see like this Bitcoin maxi talking about Bitcoin reaching like 100 bajillion trillion dollars, totally, bro. But like it's the, think of how much cricket paste you can order from Costco, you know, like just trying to point out to them that like all of these numbers, all of these values, like the backbone of their entire worldview is contingent on the world still having any freedom left. You know, it's like the whole Lambo now mentality. It's like, we're sorry, but you only get 1 gallon of carbon credits a week. No matter how much Bitcoin you have, you can only buy 1 gallon of carbon credits a week worth of, you know, your Ferrari or whatever. So it just sits there in the garage until eventually like your property taxes are measured in 1,000 trillion Bitcoin. Like they're just so, their normalcy bias is so entrenched that they think they're visionaries. The idea that, oh, if Bitcoin, you know, goes to the moon, like it's, and they can't even conceptualize like, what the hell do you think this is even gonna buy you? If like everything you do is tracked and traced, everything you do is compliance, bro. until you're sore below the waist, you know, like, and now those same people freaking out like, oh, on my tax form, I have to check all of these boxes, blah, blah, blah. If only someone had warned you, you know, like maybe you could have made some kind of difference. But you can go to the very same like Twitter profiles or whatever and go back through all of their post history. There's at least 5 or 6 Monero bros like trying to wake them up, and they never listened. And then all of the sudden they're passing around to everybody else like, hey, we have a solution to this. What was that one that Tuck shared where it's like a trusted setup for ZK snarks on Ethereum, and these people think that this is the future of privacy? It's just like, you people are so drunk on the Kool-Aid. Like but they're the bleeding edge, you know. They're the people who are like early adopters to crypto all the way back in 2023, and now they're lecturing everybody else on the tax implications. It's just like, lurk more, bro. Get off Twitter and lurk more.
I mean, I think the attitude's almost kind of like a reverse musical chairs. It's just like they want to sit on their stash and not be the first ones to spend Bitcoin. Whoever spends Bitcoin first loses, I think, is the attitude for most maxis.
You know, even like Mr. Stacks Monero Alaskanon, you know, like it's like legit painful. It's like gut wrenching to part with Monero, you know, but still, if people are willing to accept Monero, I always give them the option. You know, I always like it. And the thing is if everybody just had that mentality, no matter how bad you want to stack, follow the shortwave model. Just start buying as soon as you spend it. Like, if we all just go all in on it, it doesn't take that many people to start really putting a dent in all of this, you know?
Exactly. Like, I'll admit, it hurts. It hurts spending Monero, but it hurts a little less if you just buy back what you spent, or even a little bit more. So you spend 0.1 Monero, you buy 0.15 Monero. Then you have 50 Monero more than you did before, and then you're happy. Because you got to spend Monero on something which is kind of happiness inducing, and you have more Monero than you did have before.
You know what's even more happiness inducing is getting paid in Monero. Like, that's a great feeling.
And
being able to offer something,
and
like
I got my very first.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying I got my very first paycheck in Monero, and boy, did it feel good.
Yeah, I know. It's a great feeling. People should be doing anything they can to, you know, build that kind of circular economy by offering whatever, you know. And that feeling of like getting paid for something that you do, that you made in Monero, is a great feeling.
I'm doing some math here. Hold on.
I hate math. I think I made like a C in math. I can do it if I need to, but I really hate it.
So if you really think about it, though, if somebody at this moment in time were to stack, like, let's say 30 Monero, and then you were able to get the circular economy of Monero, which is becoming more and more realistic by the day. If the circular economy made up like 10% of all transactions, which would be 20% of at least one side of a transaction. So if 20% or 1/5 of transactions, at least one side, were either denominated or spent or received in Monero, and you stacked one, you know, what would it be, like 1 600,000th or whatever of the entire supply of the currency. And then, of course, whatever has been lost or destroyed would only improve that situation. You would find yourself being in the top tier of like liquid asset holders. But on the other side of that, so, okay, what's the risk here? So if you were to stack as hard as you could in Monero and it were to fail, the most likely risk that you're facing is as a result of having lost almost any semblance of freedom whatsoever. So the downside risk is you're still in the gulag eating cricket paste. Like, it doesn't matter if you stacked gold, if you stacked dollars, if you stacked anything, you're still in the gulag. So even if you made like the best investment ever, you know, you bought in on the next NVIDIA when it was, you know, a penny and you rode it all the way to the top, you're still in the gulag. It doesn't matter how much money you made. And so really the downside risk of Monero is almost non-existent if you're measuring this in personal liberty, if you're measuring this in like the purchasing power of unrestricted money. And there are a lot of people who imagine like, okay, well, I'm deeply invested in gold. Well, number one, if you're in something like GLD, you're not invested in gold. But then if you're invested in mining stocks, which could certainly be a good play, and I mean, I would agree with you. There's a place for having some mining stocks, right? Well, those people still have to obey the law. So what if they nationalized all gold production in that jurisdiction? What if anybody investing in those things now has to pay their gains measured in the capital gains of gold? You're still feeding the beast. You're still helping yourself put the shackles on behalf of your slave masters. So you don't, the options available to you, yes, you can get physical gold, and that's great. And you know, there's a lot of interesting tokenized gold products that may offer some semblance of freedom for the user, but the gold is still stored somewhere. So you haven't really gotten around the weakness. Either you're physically possessing the gold, or you and a group of people are physically storing the gold and using those tokens. Now outsiders have to trust your token. So it's still a trusted setup. And then what happens if some glowy gets involved in your economy and then they want physical delivery on the gold? Now there's a paper trail for where that gold is. Monero really actually is the only option that I know of that has almost zero risk when it comes to the liberty of your money. And, you know, I mean, I totally respect people like, you know, Peter Schiff or Keith Weiner or all of these other people that are trying to make sound money. But it's like, you're thinking like a boomer. Your government has already openly admitted that they are going to do everything in their power to make you a slave. I mean, what was it? 2 weeks ago, we were discussing how it is now federal regulations where if you're a developer and you refuse to work on the kill bots, off to Gitmo you go. Like, the idea that we're going to build sound money within the existing paradigm is so far gone, and all you have left is Monero. So you're insane not to go into Monero, because any gains you may potentially realize, like Monero is your hedge against gulags. You could think of it like shorting gulags, where if you lose on that short while you live in the gulag, you didn't lose anything. But if you go short on the gulag, anything that you've gained is purchasing power that is yours.
Regarding the killbots that you mentioned, Claude and the Department of War is called now. As far as I know, that maneuver from the U.S. government was still unconstitutional. As of now, no government, at least not in the U.S., is allowed to dictate to a company that they should give it full access to the company's resources.
But the problem is we already have precedent after precedent of them not giving two shits about the Constitution, and they never will. You know, like it's as a lifelong gun advocate, hundreds and hundreds of people being arrested for nothing, their guns going into some police locker somewhere, and they never get them back. Doesn't matter how many times they win in the courtrooms. Another great example is just look at what some of the judges in Minnesota have published openly about the ICE cases coming across their desk. Like actual American citizens who were born and raised here, living in that community their whole life, spending months and months in a jail cell with no one even knowing where they're being held hostage. And then they finally get their day in court, and the judge is like, no matter how many rulings I put out there that they need to be returned home, nobody's listening. Nobody cares. Like, we haven't had a real declaration of war in decades. I mean, and then, you know, I talk a lot of shit about the US, right? But like Germany is 10 times worse. France is 10 times worse. Like every single country in the world, they don't care. They don't care about a constitution. They don't care about natural law. They don't care about common law, and they never will. And the only way to do it is to disenfranchise these people of the mechanisms that they use to oppress you. So there we're back to Monero. If you're a developer at Anthropic, you need to quit your job and get paid on XMR Bazaar to help people develop their own in-house AI systems, because they're coming for you, bro. It's the gulag for you if you have any morals whatsoever. You will get the brain chip now for compliance, or you will lose your job at Anthropic because we don't hire Cuban residents in Gitmo. Anybody who's like still participating in this system, there probably is no hope for them. They're going to bootlick until their tongue is worn into powder. I'm getting all fired up. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm trying real hard to just like stay mellow, but
oh no, I could tell. And see, I like fired up Alaska Anon. He's very interesting.
And another thing about AI. I'm just kidding.
Preach.
And it's just so sad that these people are going to bootlick until their tongues turn into powder. Like they just don't see. Either they don't see what's coming, or they just don't care, and it's incredibly sad. It's like what on earth?
It's usual.
Go ahead, bud.
No, you go. It's usually on the basis, I think, that it's just happening to other people. It's not happening to me. Then they realize, oh shit, it is happening to me. That's what I think the basis for most people ignoring what's happening right now is.
I think it's just straight up cowardice. It's people looking at this situation, and it seems so monolithic and inevitable that any resistance is futile type of thing, right? When it's just like, well, there's nothing I can do. I may as well be as comfortable as possible. And I get some brownie points if I rat on my neighbors for, unregistered chickens or something like that.
Well, if our benevolent overlords are offering flavored cricket paste to the good slaves, I mean, you can show it off and be like, look what I got from the commissary while you're, in your gulag. And then everybody else is still going to beat you up and steal your flavored cricket paste. So, like... All right, I got one for you guys. So, Melania, you remember that AstroTurfed movie? So, Amazon needs some favors from the government. And so they dump, whatever bajillions of dollars. I mean, who knows what it is, but like somehow $40 million to Melania's production company. and then she gets paid to be the actress, and then she gets the lion's share of the money that goes to the production company. And it's obviously she's being paid, and like this is basically the bribe to the powers that be. Please let us keep our CIA contracts and our data centers running. Please don't tax us, Mr. Government. We'll give the president's wife all of this money. It's like, okay, whatever. But then a whole bunch of large language model assets get scooped up by an Israeli company that's owned by Kushner and some of his buddies. And then those people give a commission to Kushner, who then sells his stock and gets profit as both the broker and as the guy who's selling. And then the government buys up that LLM IP. And so like we are now at the point where no congressional budget office oversees any of these purchases because it's all done in these black budget Defense Department, whatever. And now these, you know, data center providers and all of this other stuff like Amazon, they're just openly bribing the president's wife through a couple of like ridiculous steps. It's just like, oh, don't worry, you know, I just bought Melania like 19 more handbags, so you can totally just let me operate out in the open like I have been. But the thing is even if people were paying attention, would they be learning anything? Because even the most retarded normie on the planet knows that these things are happening in the background. And I get that a lot of them, okay, for one, if you're not scared, you're not paying attention unless you have the hope of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and he has absolved you from all fear. But I'm not going to do that because if people have asked me not to turn this into a sermon, so I'll just back off. Y'all need Jesus. But the thing is like, if you're operating in this state of fear, like, what can I do about it? And it all seems so overwhelming and it all seems so hopeless. Look, this is an 800-pound gorilla riding on a unicycle right now. The entire linchpin of every single thing that this corruption stands on is your valuing of the dollar. If you refuse to accept the dollar at face value, or if you live in Turkey, the lira, or if you live in Iran, the shit pile, okay, if you live in Russia, the B tier Goyslop coin, whatever you want, you know, like all of you people listening to me right now that are afraid, okay, they are terrified of you. That's why they want the shackles on you, because they know that the minute you don't pick up the next brick for your prison cell because you refuse to be paid in dollars, even if it's 2%, 3%, 10%. Do you know what happens if every single one of you demand either the dollars that you're getting paid, you're putting, you know, 1%, 5% into Monero, and you're just buying and holding? You don't even have to do the circular economy thing, though you should, okay? You don't even have to try to figure out how to, you know, like on and off ramp into all these other, just get a Monero wallet and allocate just the tiniest percentage of your wealth into Monero. You will be robbing the powers that be of the ingredients that they need for your shackles. Like this unicycle that our gorilla metaphor is riding on, it's the motion is the circulation of the dollar, and the spokes are the value of the dollar. It can survive one spoke being broken, 3 spokes being broken, but eventually there are not enough spokes for it to work. And then remember, a guy on a unicycle has to keep going back and forth to stay vertical. Those tiny little microscopic movements that really talented unicycle riders use, they still have to be in motion in order for it to work. So if you take just the tiniest amount of dollars out of this circulation, they have less room to move. And so this is why Monero is a death sentence to corruption. And anybody who's like, oh, well, if they use it for this and that and the other thing, well, the dollar is already being used for much worse. There is nothing that Monero is going to do that is going to be even close to as bad as the cycle of corruption that is currently being fed by your paycheck. And this is how they get you. And this is why they keep saying, list all of the exchanges. List. Well, you know what? Stay out of the exchanges. You do not have to put any of this on a tax form, even if you are the most bootlicking compliance person ever. You take $100 out of your paycheck, get on no one's app and buy a gift card. You take $100 out of your paycheck and get on RetroSwap. Like, find a way to stay out of the system and put as much Monero as you are comfortable with, just enough to lose. I guarantee you there's at least 10 beers a month that you can live without. I guarantee you there's at least 2 cups of coffee a month that you can live without. And every single one of those is death by 1,000 cuts to the same people who have private islands. It's death by 1,000 cuts to the same people who demand to know everything about your life. And I don't know if you guys have known this, but go into the Epstein files and just try to find any word with the word Trump in it. You see, like, all of a sudden they're all gone. They're all deleted. They're all blacklisted or, redacted or whatever. They are admitting to you that there are tens of thousands of times that the name Trump or one of these other people affiliated with him, Kushner, whoever, have been removed from those lists by just Control F, replace all Trump with redacted. Like, they have all but admitted to you that the people in charge were just as guilty as anybody else that got on those planes, as anybody else who is involved in the trafficking of flesh and blood human beings. And if you're like, what could I possibly do? 1% of your paycheck in Monero. That's what you could do. And you would be amazed at how crippling this will be to that empire. And if, tell your friends, be like, hey, I'll even help you. Give me, $50 in cash. I'll give you $50 in Monero. Make a little pool, get on RetroSwap, help somebody else who is powering this economy write more software. Like, you don't have to know anything about writing even one line of code. If every single Monero developer had a way where they can go get cash on an as-needed basis from people like you refusing to participate in the system, you're the hero now. You are the firefighter rescuing the cat. You are, the whatever you imagine yourself, astronomer or any other made-up job, but you get the idea. Like, if you just remove 1 or 2% of your participation in the fiat system and help other people who are fully committed, like Shortwave. Oh, what do you know? I got to pay my rent. I'm going to cash out, a couple $100 in Monero so I can get USD to pay my rent or whatever. Shortwave will do the heavy lifting for you. Okay. Ulysses will do the heavy lifting for you. Just take that tiny little step of removing your purchasing power from this ecosystem and moving it into Monero, and watch as it off to the moon it goes. And it's the one crypto that doesn't result in Lambo Now cricket paste and results in actual human freedom. And it's the best we have. It's the best option we have. It's not illegal yet. So come on, guys. You can do this. 1%, 2%, 5%.
Yeah, preach.
Absolutely.
It's nice to think that, there's a small thing that you could do is the most effective thing that you could do versus, like campaign and you're joining protests or it's just as simple as like, yeah, just stop spending your money on this bullshit system. I mean, that goes for everything, including like media and like entertainment and stuff like that. Like, just stop paying the subscription fees to these, GOI swap companies that are just shoving down all this kind of messaging in the media and storytelling. Like, we don't need that. Humanity has lived many, many millennia without, Netflix or Disney. We've had a great time. We've had lots of good entertaining storytellers and things like that. So that's just all part of it. It's like what we put our money and attention and energy into grows. So yeah, if the current system is a load of giant dumpster fire, well then, stop throwing your money into the dumpster fire.
There's another side to it too. Even if like you're not looking at it from the humanitarian side, for one, shame on you. But for two, if you're looking at this purely from an economic standpoint, it's like the vast majority of people, Monero represents the diversification of their portfolio. So even from an economic standpoint, this is something that up until like 5 years ago, everybody would have told you was a smart financial decision. If you're already long in all of this other dumb crap, like how many people have timeshares in some place they're never going to go? Like you could have diversified into Monero, which is, as we just learned from Bawdy, like highly correlated to precious metals. It's one of the few risk assets that's not even very risky. But remember, risk assets pump. Like, are you diversified into any risk assets? What's wrong with Monero? And not only that, but it's the one that they can't steal from you, and there's no capital gains tax, because how are they going to know? And plus, if you never cash out, what capital gains tax? There is none. You just hold forever.
Actually, it's funny mentioning depriving the system of their own funds, tax funds, or any kind of capitalist venture. Gen Z has lost the alcohol industry in the last 5 years.
Well, I think I've got to bounce, guys. Always a pleasure to hang out, listen to the wonderful world of Monero.
All right, Yuli, have a good one.
Have a nice one.
Have a great weekend. I'll see you all later.
Have a nice weekend.
There is a lot of promise in what you're saying, though, Blinn, with Gen Z's rejection of those things.
Yeah, Gen Z has lost the alcohol industry in the last 5 years, $830 billion. So, if Gen Alpha keeps it up, there is going to be an industry dying soon, I think, and that will probably wake up some of the company owners / politicians that maybe we should reduce the stuff that we are asking for, or we are ourselves going to get crippled as well.
One of the problems with psychopaths is they rarely have the sense of self-preservation that other people do. But remember, they are highly dependent on people underneath them that do have a sense of self-preservation. Every drone pilot has a home, and most of them have families. Every serial killer and psychopath and sociopath has people that they depend on for their power structure. They are not infallible. And the other thing is, you're almost certainly going to die anyway. What did you do with your life? Like, if you did nothing to prevent the gulag dystopia future and you end up living in it, won't you always wonder if there was something that you could have done? But if you did everything you could and you end up in that gulag, well, for one, all of the wealth in the world didn't help you. And then for two, won't you rest easy in your early grave knowing that you did everything you could to stop it? And hi, Michael. I love you. I hope you're having a great day.
Yo, coffee is great, and today's a decent day. Yeah.
Damn,
I'm looking at the charts for the Monero hash rate and the Monero transaction count.
You're the only person who hasn't dropped this, and this props to you, bro. Like, people still aren't looking at like, hey, do we have a solution for the hash rate problem yet?
Well, the hash rate.
You're a hero, bro.
In the last what, year and a half, 2 years, it's up like 100%, over 100%. So I don't know, maybe it's doing okay.
I need one of those Bitmain miners so that I can, like Bitmain heater miners, so I can put it right beside my bed for the winter.
Yeah.
Monero-Chan isn't in Alaska right now, so I'm gonna go refill my cup of coffee, but I can still hear all of y'all. So
word. Yeah, I saw a thing. What's it called? I've seen, of course, like Bitcoin heat, like the idea of heating your house, but that's only needed in a lot of places some of the year or none of the year. But I saw one recently, Bitcoin hot water heaters, which, you know, most people want all year. So,
oh, that would be useful.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, but that would be a way to, like, you know, if you had Monero miners that were also water heaters, then that probably have a larger market than, you know, just heating in general.
And any appliance that puts out heat, like your clothes dryer, Monero clothes dryers that use the heat from ASICs or whatever to, not ASICs, but like the heat from Monero miners to dry your clothes.
Yeah, I suppose that would be another one. Yeah.
I mean, you don't use your dryer all the time, but you use it often enough to make a difference.
Yeah, or if they had a combined clothes dryer / water
saunas. I've been talking about that one for a while.
Yeah, Monero saunas. There you go. Who's making that? Can I get that on XMR Bazaar yet?
Your pool heater. I mean, you want your pool to be heated, don't you?
Yeah. Huh. I think we found the solution. We solved it. Good job, guys.
There are tons of ways to use excess heat. Like if you have heat laying around, there are tons of ways to make productive use of that heat.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, re-promoting RotoSwap shortwave as like not like commercially, but just like in general, is a good way to get onboarded to Monero.
Yes, I use it.
I've thought about getting on. I have a Linux laptop and just throwing it on there. Is it complicated to set up? You sort of like get.
No, not at all. You just go to the website. You can use the Flatpak, the app image, or you can download the deb file or RPM. I'm just using the app image. Honestly, you just right click it, like you save it on your file, like your desktop or whatever, and then right click it and go to properties, and then click permissions, and then allow execution, and double click it and open it.
Okay, and then it's going. Do you have to sync or anything? Does it take a while to actually like sync up or anything else?
Not really. It can the first time sometimes, but after that first time, it's not at all. It's not going to take you long at all. And even the first time doesn't take that long to sync.
Yeah. Huh. Nice.
But it works super well. And there's like almost 500 offers on the books now. So it's getting close, very, very close to having 500 offers available on the books.
Oh, wow.
It's almost always above 400 now.
So like there's always like liquidity if you want to. Is it pretty close to spot or is it off spot?
It really depends on what payment method and what currency. So you can have anywhere between pretty dang close to spot for crypto to crypto transactions, or pretty dang close to spot on some payment methods for fiat to crypto, and then some other payment methods are pretty far away from spot. So like for example, US dollar PayPal is like 15% away from spot. Like you have to pay a 15% premium unless you wanted to make your own offer and sell some Monero for less than that, or if you wanted to make your own offer and see if you could buy some for less than that. But like Zelle US dollar is like 5%. Cash by mail US dollar is like 2 or 3%. Crypto like Bitcoin to Monero is like 2%. So it really depends on what payment method.
Nice.
I'm back.
Hello, Alaska.
Coffee is life.
So on our never-ending quest to out clown world ourselves every single day. So I was thinking about it, and this concept of insuring boats that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz with taxpayer money. Hold on. So, you know that whole like funding both sides of a war thing? And I mean, I understand why it like makes people crazy, but from like, you know, a psychopath geopolitical strategist kind of guy, like it can make sense to fund both sides of a war if, you know, you're trying to power broker your way into a more effective situation. But the like now the concept of it's effectively funding both sides of you know, that whole Keynesian creative destruction thing. It's like it used to be a meme in the libertarian circles. Does everybody remember this, where it's like you know, I'm gonna have you dig this hole and then you're gonna fill it. You pay me $100 to dig the hole and I pay you $100 to fill it. Look at all of the economic activity we just generated. We're now at a point where the government is funding oil spills for creative destruction. Like like just the level of like bizarreness of all of that. So it's basically like, if there is an oil spill as a consequence of all of our bad decisions, we're going to rob the people, thereby generating GDP. And would anyone be surprised if they then funded cleaning the oil spill? You see, it's like we're at a stage in clown world that is like indescribable. Now, I have one promise that I said I was going to deliver on here. I am going to read a person who does not like to share their identity on Monerotopia, but I'm going to read something that they wanted to have said on stage here. My experience / review of Monerotopia. Monerotopia is an event unlike any other. It is the one place where you can meet complete strangers and engage with them in deep conversations about a variety of topics: extreme privacy, radical political philosophies, economics, health, philosophy, theology, conspiracy, and many others. The quality of the Monerotopia patron is extremely high. Not only that, but Monerotopia is also set in a beautiful location in a safe, the region nearby the venue is especially safe, and lively city. If nothing else, the market is something special. Live local music, amazing local food, and plenty of places to spend your Monero. The talks are great as well, and there's an amazing level of depth in many of them. You can also meet the speakers after and engage with them in conversation, a rarity for this kind of event. Monerotopia is a one-of-a-kind, and if you like privacy, liberty, and the tech, or you're just tired of the corporatist modern crypto conference and want to go back to the crypto cypherpunk roots, you should come to the next one. So here's looking at you. You know who you are, sir. And anybody else who always wanted to say something on to the general audience but doesn't want to come on stage or whatever, it's not that hard to get a hold of me. I'll read it for you. Yes.
I'm betting Doug is really glad to hear that that person enjoyed Monerotopia so much, because that's a really glowing review.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody who had a bad experience except for probably Ray, but knowing the war
made my day for sure.
Yeah, knowing the war chief, he's probably honored to be a martyr for the cause. You know, I tried to buy him like breakfast or lunch or dinner or something, and like basically place the order, and then he can call any halal restaurant in the area he wants and like try to get it delivered and stuff. I keep pushing because I think that we all need to make a point to stand behind a man who is, I mean, the man has laid his life out on the line for the rest of us, you know, like he's willingly parted with his own freedom in order to do the right thing, but he won't take anything from me. Like, I'm trying really, really hard. I might just find a way to like just start sending him halal dinners, whether or not he eats them. If he wants to give them away to homeless people or whatever, then fine.
All right, guys. I don't really have anything else to say. Do you guys want to go ahead and end it, or what?
That checks out. 1/6 of the day ranting about cricket paste.
Hey, this show has been absolutely excellent. There's been some bangers in here.
Dude, I loved the idea that Mr. Relevant was putting forward about like a way to use shorts to the advantage of the liquidity pool. That's like, I mean, you can tell it's not like all the way there, but it's like, that is a good idea. What a legend. Good find, Doug. Or I guess he came to you, but still, nice. That was good. That was good listening. All right, let's do it, Justice.
All right, Justice, go ahead.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube, ODYSEE, Rumble, Twitch, iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget to follow us on X or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.